and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast.
Visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur.
Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Consultant for the business growth firm Huertas Decus, which is translated honor and distinction. I'm also your business moderator for this morning's session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our first speaker this morning is...
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
For training and research. She's been instrumental.
Thank you, Sydney, for being with us today. I'm excited about being at the Black Business Expo today. As you can see, I am giving you guys a call from my Airbnb. I'm actually in Canada at Toronto Tech Week, and just excited to have the opportunity to be in another country, but really another space that we can really expand what we're doing from a territory standpoint. So a few things that I'll go over in our brief time today is I'm going to go over the opportunity that everybody has right now in AI, which is something that everybody is either optimistic about or they are fearful of, depending on where and how you are educated on the subject. So knowing that that is the topic in the theme of Toronto Tech Week, also going to talk about being and moving around in different areas. And that's important. And I'll give you a real life example from a celebrity I spoke at a conference with, and why that's important, even in your own local market, to move around. And then the last thing is, we'll wrap it up, being able to pour into the next generation with what you know with AI. We're going to put a nice pretty bow, where you've been and the value that you can create in somebody else's eyes. So those are the three topics that we're going to go over. So for those of you that don't know, my name is Alan Thornton. I am and reside in Houston, Texas. And I have been in enterprise software, SaaS, for 15 years, have been in sales and an entrepreneur ever since I was a little younger than my daughter's age, and she is 10 right now. So that's important because we want to accelerate the journey for the ones that are coming behind us. So one of the things, for those of you that don't know me outside of my professional career and corporate and being an entrepreneur, from an impact standpoint, I also started a thing called the 40 Acre Conference, and we just wrapped up. We have one of the largest conferences in the world on MLK and Juneteenth. I had the opportunity to give away one of our awards to one of the top African-American platforms of city here in Toronto a couple of days ago. And he has over 120,000 people on his platform. We look forward to having him on this network with Dr. Kelly. But in the spirit of that, and I'm at Toronto Tech Week, one of the things that we are really optimistic about is AI. And we wrote a book, and I'm so happy to have a foreword from Dr. Kelly in this book, the CEO of the Black Business Network. But essentially, our book breaks down three principles: turning your obstacles into opportunity, finding your place and owning it, and really understanding how history repeats itself, right? If you can really grasp those things with AI, that's important. And Dr. Kelly asked me to do this, and I've been to a few different summits, but I want to talk about one chapter. It's called AI is the Snapshot of the Future. One of the things about human psychology and the way that we are made up, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a job, whether it is parenting with your kids, your outlook on the future is actually going to determine the way that you behave in the present. Case point and example. If you believe that your job is you're going to climb the ladder, right? You're going to probably get a raise. You're going to have upward mobility. You're going to have the opportunity to lead a team. Well, you're going to come to work a different way, right? And you're going to show up giving 120%, which we should anyway. Now on the ladder, if you believe that you could be gone any day, you're not going to grow, there's no way that you're going to promote it. Well, today you're going to show up a lot different, right? So knowing that, if we are optimistic about the future and change the way that we think about AI, and one of the things is people don't know, what AI is. It's kind of like and I'm dating myself here, right? Just 1039 this year. When we look at websites, and we talk about this in the book, history tends to repeat itself. So if you look at kind of the .com boom, there was a lot of people that said, well, I've been doing business like this for 30 years. Everybody walks into my shop, XYZ, right? BlackBerry said, been doing this for a while. We own 90% of the market. We don't need to change. We own it, right? And what we saw in that digital transformation is people started to do business different. And a lot of people did not adopt either going from physical to being online and being able to really change the outlook of how they did business. And a lot of them didn't survive, right? So it was a wake-up call because people saw Fortune 500 companies that had been around for years, right? You see the yellow cabs, they're gone. You see people like BlackBerry, right? I'm up here in Toronto, and Waterloo was their huge, was RIM's huge headquarters. You saw people like Kodak. You saw people like Sears, right? All these people that had been the 800-pound gorillas for years just absolutely disappeared. And that happened in a span of probably 10 years. And a lot of people did not take the time to educate themselves on being and moving things online. And a lot of different jobs were shifted and created. Now, the incredible thing is during this time, there was not a heightened fear on online taking your jobs, even though it took a lot of jobs because the market shifted, right? It was just another way of doing business, and it totally changed the way that people did business, actually for the better, right? There was no remote work before that. Everybody, you showed up at work, you did your thing. There was no way to do that. Now, if you think about AI in that same light, you have the opportunity, right, to get rid of all the inefficiencies, right? Well, who needs to sit in traffic if you can get the same work done and have meetings, right, virtually, right? Which was, call it 25 years ago, unheard of. Now, if you look at AI, who needs to do all the meaningless and remedial tasks that can be done, in a few seconds, if not a few weeks? So that's important. And in this, there's a bunch of different industries that we have locked down, 27 different industries that we have highlighted that are going to be absolutely changed by AI. And if you can really hone these things down, that's important, because you'll know, and this is a guide for you to actually pick these things. This book is incredible because it's not a book, it's a guide, it's a strategy for you to really figure out what you need to do. And there's 27 different industries in chapter 7, right? For most of you, you understand 7 is the number of completion. And if you don't know what AI is or where you want to take it, find something that you truly like, right? Just like back in the 90s when everything was going online, people were trying to figure out, what do I like? I don't want to be a tech company. I don't want to be, right? Because there was all these .com. Now every company is a tech company. If you don't have a website in your business, people don't take you seriously, right? But back in the 90s, if you had a .com, right, you were a tech company. Every company is a tech company. Every company has a website. Every company today is a tech company. If you look at AI in the same way, right now, people say, well, I'm not an AI company. Every company is going to have AI weaved into multiple layers of their business. Otherwise, again, they're not going to survive. So when you look at the way that you sell, the way that you market, no longer will people just look at a static website and kind of figure out. The bar will be raised. There has to be an agent there to help you figure out what you're looking for, not only be a chat bot that only has pre-canned responses. It's going to have a two-way conversation, even on the website, or they're going to go somewhere else where that experience is better. When it comes to getting a call back, it may not be a human, but you're going to have an AI agent that talks as well as a human, right? To give you more information on that product, that service, and to get you to the next step. Everything is not going to be totally replaced by humans, but a lot of things will, and that's okay, right? That's okay. You look at manufacturing and distribution and all those different things. Before, people could tell people anything about something because that information wasn't available. And then 90% of somebody's purchase decision was made before they even got to, like, you look at cars, before they got to the lot, because they were able to research. The buyer became more educated, and with AI, that's going to be even more heightened. But on the flip side, people can get to a lot different, a global market. They can get to everything that they want to do a lot faster with this new world. But you just got to find your place, right? You got to find your place and own it. So what does that mean? There's, in every industry, there are, if we take any industry, there are going to be opportunities in grants, opportunity in government contracts, and it doesn't even have to be your country. Like right now, I'm in Canada, right? It may be that my unique customer, and you can find all that out, the business plans and everything that we used to research and take a week, a month to do, you can now do in a few. Type in the right prompt and you can have that whole business plan in 30 seconds. So now we're going to work on our work and not work on working for something that we're going to have to work on, right? All of that's eliminated, and we're just going to heighten what we actually do as far as output, as far as productivity, because all of the meaningless tasks that were meaningful are going to be eliminated, right? I no longer have to figure out who all my competitors are, what all this what. Like, I can do that in 30 seconds and really focus on going to pitch this idea to somebody that either wants to invest in it from a revenue perspective and be my first customer, or somebody that wants to invest in it as a partner and wants to grow the business with me. So that's incredible. There's also going to be a flip side of this. Some of the things we don't talk about, and then there's two sides to every coin, right? If you look at crypto, if you look at blockchain, if you look at any industry, even AI, there's going to be a need. There's the good side and there's the evil side. So that with AI, there's going to be a lot of different, you hear the different robocalls, the prank calls of people asking for information and getting, like, there's cybersecurity, there's different security, AI security, there's AI platforms that prevent against biases. So anything that can be used for good can also be used for evil. And you can create a platform on either side, which is huge. You can also see what is going to happen from an investment standpoint, from a fundraising standpoint, different revenue opportunities, different investment opportunities. So we break that down for 27 different industries, which is it's revolutionary, if I may say so myself, because this is all the information that people can do now. People say, oh, well, I can find all that information on ChatGPT. You can, just like you can go to the grocery store and buy all the ingredients that are in your favorite restaurants, but you still got to cook it, right? You still got to cook it. So told you a little bit about AI, and that's important in the new frontier. I told you a little bit about how history has definitely repeated itself. Now let's talk about moving around to go to different places. One of the things that, if whoever your favorite artist is, whoever your favorite celebrity is, whether it's movies, whoever your favorite person is in sports, I was at a conference in 2022, and it was called the Biggest Boss Conference, and I had the opportunity of a lifetime that I did not know was going to be an opportunity, but it was so incredible because I had the opportunity to be there with Vivica Fox, with Master P, with Romeo, his son, and a few others. And I learned something very important. And I had the opportunity to open up for a gentleman named Eric Thomas, who is one of I believe, the best motivational speakers in the world right now, because he has real principles. And we're not going to do the Jordan Kobe thing, you're right? Who's the GOAT? Who's the best? He's one of the top in the world. Let's just keep it at that. At this conference, before I got to open up for Eric Thomas, and I wasn't even on the lineup, but Romeo, Master P's son, did not have the opportunity to be there. His flight was delayed, and they were looking for somebody else to speak that they knew could. And I was able to fill about a 30-minute slot, and I opened up for him and did a thing on stage with my manifestation shots, our healthy shots that we actually made the ingredients and got a few of them in Africa. There are no alcohol in the shots. It's white gold, monatomic gold, and white gold, which is gold flakes, which is incredible. And we did a thing, and there was 20-30. We brought a bunch of people on stage. Kiati was the MC, and we talked about manifestation, did our signature manifestation experience. Now, at that point, these were marketing. These were just marketing things that I used to do to get more people involved in our platform. And I was selling coaching there as well. And I wasn't really, selling them. And after that, Eric Thomas talked about manifestation, and people associate those two things at the same time. And people were chasing me out of the conference to want to buy those manifestation shots. And ultimately, we started to sell them as a premium. But it wasn't because of me. It was because of association. And that's why people do endorsements, right? That's why you see the NIL deal go up, because it's not about the product. It's about who's using the product. And people, based on that, will buy your product because somebody they know, like, respect, and trust is using it. A lot of things that also happens with travel. So at that same conference, I met a gentleman, Master P. For those of you that don't know, so I'm in Toronto. He played for the Toronto Raptors. People don't know that Master P could really ball back in the day too, right? If you hear one of his songs, "Can I Really Ball?" Ask Vince Carter, because he played on the Raptors with him as well. Didn't play a full season, but hey, he good enough to play and drop double digits, against NBA players was phenomenal. So fun fact, because I'm in Toronto, remember that back in the day. He said something that was incredibly mind-blowing. Everybody knows, well, most people know, Master P is, one of the richest entertainers in hip hop out there. He used to sell CDs out of his trunk and really made it from New Orleans, right? The Magnolia Project. So one of the things people do not know, because when you make it, everybody has a hand in it. Oh, I know that boy always make, right? But it's not like that until you really win. And he actually had to leave New Orleans, and he moved to California. And that's where he started going on tour, like a lot of artists do, because that's how you get your name, your brand, and everything else that you do really highlighted and recognized. But he talked about leaving and going to California. And that's when he really blew up in New Orleans, because people in California were talking about him. People from California in, that Southern California, that people in New York started talking about him, right? People from Florida, you go down to Miami, started talking about what he's doing in all these different places. And that's when he really got hot at home. It wasn't until he left people didn't really appreciate what he did because he was right there. He was very accessible. He was in their backyard. And then he said at that conference, you have to leave. Otherwise, people won't respect you. You have to be seen on multiple outlets. It's one thing if you're telling people how good your music is, right? Whatever your craft is, how important and how valuable it is. But until somebody votes with their wallet and buys what you have in other places and comes back to see, hey, that's when he really got hot. He talks about it at that conference. He said people were going back to New Orleans. Have you heard of this Master P? He's like, Master P, yeah, man, I grew up, I knew him, blah, 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 right? But before, he was just Percy. People didn't really, Percy Miller, right? He didn't really, all right, man, well, I'll see you around the way. Because they saw him every day. He was selling out his trunk. They know where he would be. And it wasn't that important, but it was until other people saw him at another light is where he really blew up. So to conclude, a few things that we went over. The first thing, find your place and own it in AI. Understand that history tends to repeat itself. You just got to see what side of history you want to be on. Do you want to be on the side where it's an obstacle, just like all those people that disappeared and say, hey, well, I'm going to stay where I'm at. I'm going to do what I know. I'm not going to get uncomfortable, and I'm probably going to get eaten alive, right? That's the reality of the situation. That's what happened with all these different companies. So the other thing is, with the opportunity, say, well, the future of work is changing. Are we going to just stay where we are and be a new person in the light of AI? Here's why. We're going through a couple different phases, and I'm wrapping up. If you want to get on the opportunity side, we went to where AI is, right? We're managing the tool. Like, we put a prompt in. We're getting into that second phase where it's agentic AI, meaning you go and the agent will find out what you need. It's happening in finance, happening in marketing. Okay, I know who you are. I know, Alan, what you want. I know you'll be at these different places. It's going to go get a schedule. We're going to get to a place where the AI is going to think for us. We're not there yet. We're probably about 8 to 10 months away from that. Not even a year, maybe 6 to 8 months. But we're going to be managing the AI, meaning if I'm in Canada right now, it needs to go find not only my schedule, but it may find and book, right? Say, hey, well, this flight was booked. I'm going to do this and book your next flight to Boston. I'm also going to book, find a hotel for you. I'm also going to make sure that send out a couple of emails for you, right? And that's where you see all the robotics and the different things that are happening, to where then you are managing the tool and just figuring out, okay, I need to be in Boston there. Flights booked. I need to meet with that person. Cool. Thanks for the schedule. We're going to get to a point where we're managing the AI and we're managing the robotic assistant who is doing that for us. Now, some people say, well, that's scary, but now you can build, you're going to see over the next, and we were talking about it at Tech Talk last year, you're going to see billion-dollar companies happen with less than 10 employees, because now you can deploy a whole workforce and you don't need, right, all these different things. There's going to be more creativity that happens and more new platforms and more services to service other people in the next 12 months. We just got to be on the right side of it. And so many of us on the wrong side of it. So go get you a copy, right? Go read that forward by Dr. Kelly. AI is the new underground railroad. We're going to be doing a tour here. I'll announce the dates. We're already starting right now. I'm going to from Toronto to Boston, be back in Houston, going to do LA, Chicago, New York. Would love to do something with any of you in your local market. We'll also be doing some of the book breakdowns and the author talks. So I want to thank everybody for your time. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for being the best version of yourself. I want you to remember that genius is not common. And if you want to get to the other side of where you want to be in life, just move. You're not a tree. Y'all be blessed. We'll talk soon.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
When you hear the word extraordinary, what words come to mind? Outstanding, above and beyond, yes, way above average, amazing, huge, right? Well, here's what I want to tell you. The only difference between ordinary and extraordinary is extra.
The only difference between hot water and boiling water is 1 degree.
You see, at 211 degrees, water's hot, right? 212 degrees, it boils.
With boiling water comes steam. With steam,
you can power a train. 1 degree. The only difference between winning and losing is belief.
The only difference between a person living their full potential
and not reaching their full potential is desire.
Continue adding that little extra in your community. There's a difference between success and significance. Success is adding value to yourself. Significance is adding value to other people.
The question you have to ask yourself there is, how can I add value to them? So you have to be intentional about how you're going to add value to that person. Everybody wants to know that you have something good planned for them.
1, 2, 3, down.
See, there were 2 guys that decided to take lunch. They were factory workers. And they sat down, and one guy reached in his lunch pail, and he pulled out a sandwich.
And he looked at it and he says, oh my God, this is another bologna sandwich. He goes,
I don't want another bologna sandwich. I hate bologna. Why do I keep having bologna sandwiches?
His friend said, calm down, man, just relax. He says, it's going to be okay. He says, next time, tell your wife, don't fix your bologna sandwich, and it'll be okay.
He said, leave my wife out of this. I fix my own lunch every day.
You see, The bologna that we have in our life, we pack it.
The bologna that we pack in our lunch pail, we put it there.
The question is, what bologna are you packing in your lunch pail every day? What bologna are you packing with you from last year into this year? And what bologna are you going to pack from this year into next year?
This young lady right here, I got married when I was 19. She was 17, senior at Washington Merritt High School. We didn't want bologna in our lives forever. We decided to live a life of significance and give back to our community that helped us every day. Not every other day, not some days, not most days, but every day to give back to someone else.
The harder you fall,
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those 2 things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility in your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and changemakers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Great rising business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Barbara H. Smith, and I am your business moderator for this moment. Well, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over: North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Australia, Japan, and cities all over these United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today is no different. We have an exciting speaker for you today. Dr. Taylor Gray is an executive coach, strategic consultant, helping high-achieving leaders grow smart brands and scale without burnout. With over $100 million plus marketing portfolio, she empowers visionary women to blend intuitive leadership with business mastery for holistic success. I'm excited to meet her, and I'm excited for you to meet her. Let's bring to the platform Dr. Taylor Gray.
Hi.
Hi, Dr. Taylor.
Hi, how are you?
Pleased to meet you. Look how beautiful. Oh, and we got the memo. All right.
We do, don't we? It's awesome.
Super excited to have you here today. And I got a bunch of questions for you. But
okay.
I always like to start with the backstory. You have a business that is very exciting to me. And I want to know, how did that come about? What in your background led you to this moment in time?
Okay. Well, what in my background led me to this moment in time of coaching people is I went into corporate early. I was in a program called Inroads, which you probably have heard of. And so I started my matriculation in corporate with Hallmark cards before I went into college. And then in college, I worked with Hallmark and AT&T, and then I went on to other companies. But what I got to see is working with a company that was acquired by Warren Buffett. I saw it at that level. I was a VP of marketing. I reported to the president, who reported to the CEO. I saw that no matter where we were, people would let their egos kind of take over. And, our business didn't have to be acquired, but we were 50 million behind in sales when they brought me on board. 50 million in sales behind, right? It was a huge brand, right? And they wanted me to fix it really short in a very short period of time. But you can't fix a program with the same mindset that created it, right? You've got to level up. And that's where a growth mindset comes in. And so there's a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. And so having a growth mindset would have allowed us to restructure the brand, rebrand it, so that we would have been able to go back into a brand that that brand had been in place for many, many, many years. And so eventually what happened is Warren bought it because we did not have we couldn't change quick enough. So it's very important to be able to pivot, right? Like if you're going down a particular road and you see that something is not working, you may need to shift and change and pivot. So that took me on a journey. After that was bought, I traveled a lot and I got to see how I had created results in my life that weren't exactly the best. Like my career booming, amazing, having so much fun doing what I was doing. But my personal life wasn't at the level that I wanted where I wanted it to be, in full transparency, right? And I knew that the thing that was consistent about it was me. So I went on a journey for that.
I want you to pause though right there.
Okay.
You recognize something that a lot of us don't recognize until it's too late.
Yes.
That the common denominator was you.
Absolutely.
But you recognize that, and that is so critical. Go on with your story.
Okay. Well, one thing that's so important is when people go into a corporate environment at such an early age, where I was managing people who were twice my age and none of them looked like me. I had to put on a persona of being, very, very, very strong. So I literally put on a mask every day I walked in there. I played my music in the car, my own special music. But then when I got in there, I had to be this particular person and no one looked like me there, right? And so we become over masculine. We become masculized. Like, well, masculized is not a word. I just made that up. But we become much more masculine. Hyper-masculine. We become much more masculine than we perhaps would want to be. And I took that into my personal relationships. And as you can imagine, that didn't necessarily
that's not gonna work
in relationships. When someone was saying, you can't manage this relationship like you manage a business, I never even considered it. I was like, what are you talking about? Right. And so that's one of the challenges and why I wanted to really help, especially women, with coming back into the divine feminine and using our skill sets to help us grow businesses that are amazing, scale quickly, grow fast, grow smart, and teach other people how to do it, because I've developed a plethora of experiences all this time. And so my goal is really to help women, especially who have gone through something extra special, right? Some special challenges like I have. Like I was diagnosed with some critical health issues, breast cancer, 4-stage lung cancer, autoimmune disease. I mean, I had lots of great challenges for my story. And it's not it's a victory over the past, right? Like the deaths that I had, it's a victory over the past. So being able to use all of that as leverage to funnel it into a love for people that is going to help them thrive and grow, that is what brings me to this point.
Wow, what a story. And you were doing some major code switching back then. Lord have mercy. So I am totally enamored by your story, because what you did, if I heard this correctly, was not only have a bunch of challenges, but you didn't take the pity party route. You took those challenges, those steps, those opportunities, those obstacles, and you morphed it into something that has been successful. And that's saying a lot. That's saying a lot to our community too, because a lot of times, or sometimes we take the victim role and we don't see those challenges as stepping stones. None of us can be who we are today without those challenges. So I applaud you. And I applaud you again for taking those challenges and stepping on top of them and accelerating higher and higher in your business. What do you think one of the biggest mistakes leaders make when they're trying to scale their companies?
One of the biggest mistakes that leaders make when trying to scale their companies is doing too much. They're going so broad with all of their different strategies and tactics. I was talking to someone last night. I was like, oh my God, we do not need to go to this social media platform and this social media platform and this social media platform. Let's focus on the ones exactly where your customer is, but let's mirror where your customers are based upon the customers that you've been able to acquire at this point. And then let's take it to another level. We can develop what that perfect customer looks like. I mean, so that you know that person so well, you have named them, you know their age, they're like a best friend to you, you love them. I mean, I was able to do that with a company targeted to Black women. They were like, no, you're not going to be able to do this. We're not going to give you funding. We're not going to do, I'm like, no, this is going to work. This is definitely going to work. They didn't want it. They didn't believe me. I heard them. When I walked out, Dr. Barbara, I heard them laughing and saying, she's not going to be able to do it. It's never going to work. We tried it before, blah, 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 blah. They were laughing. I was like, okay, let me take this as a challenge. I was able to get in there and transform that to be a $32.3 million business targeted to Black women in 18 months, right? We got to get our power, right? Like we are naturally powerful. We are born to create. Yes. And let me just go back and say, I did slip into victimization mode for a while. I cannot say that I didn't. It's a natural part of things. I went into, because we go into either, victimizing ourselves or victimizing others, persecuting ourselves, rescuing others. So I had kind of this martyr complex, but you'll love this. I saw how my need to overgive was based upon the rejection that I received in the womb. Okay. Because of that rejection in the womb, I was an overgiver. And because I went to schools where I was the only one that looked like me, I would try to buy their attention by giving them candy and gum, even as a child, right? Like, even as a child, I was thinking, I'm going to give them some candy and gum and they're going to like me, right? So, I mean, I did this throughout my time, but however you do anything is how you do everything. Right. And so I did that in every aspect of my relationships, friendships, whatever, even business relationships. That's why no one ever wanted to fire me, because they knew that I was going to work 3 times as hard. I was going to be there when they open. I was going to be there when they close. I was going to have more clients and customers than anyone. And I was going to run on this hamster wheel, which I did, working 16 to 18 hours a day on average for 20 years. I don't want to see people do that. I want people to have lives that they love. So that is my goal now, for people to have lives and businesses they love.
That's a fast track to burnout. Fast track.
Very much so.
So when you say that there's an alignment strategy with your soul, aligned strategy with your soul in business, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is we want to create heart-centered businesses. So when we create from the heart, first of all, we have to understand our values. Like, there's a list of values. There could be 20 values, 40 values, whatever you believe in. And you just focus on embodying that value, just like you're eating that value. Like, one of my values is love, right? Mm-hmm. So when I show up, love shows up. So people instantaneously feel the love, no matter where they are, whether it's online or whether it's in person. I've had people turn around and say, oh, I felt that energy, because there's love there. There's true love for people, right? And so when you create from that embodiment, whatever is germane for you, whether it's freedom or whether it's joy or whether it is abundance, whether it's prosperity, whatever it is, when you're creating from that, you have a special connection with those clients who want to be served by that, who have a special need for that, a special desire for that. It's like you're magnetizing them to you based upon that value.
I love that. And one of my core values is integrity.
Yes.
Whether you're watching me or not, I'm doing the best to do the right thing. And so I have a challenge with that sometimes, because I expect everyone to have integrity, and that's not really the case sometimes. But I walk into every situation knowing that I'm going to do the right thing, and I do the right thing by people. So when you have a value that is heart-centered, like integrity, how does that show up? How do you turn that into a business projection, as you just stated, about when you walk into the room, they feel love?
Okay. So how you would turn integrity in a value that is a business projection is that literally in everything you do, you build integrity into it. So you have a 100% guarantee where you're like, if this doesn't work for you, you get your money back. Or if this doesn't work for you, I'm going to work with you until it does work for you. Where you make promises to them. You overpromise and you overdeliver. Where you are like, you know what? Everything that we're going to do here, these are the promises that we're going to stick to. You identify them up front, so both of you agree upon it. And then you check in with them periodically to see, how am I aligning with that? How am I aligning with what I said I would do? And how are you feeling about that? Because one of the problems that companies have or do or make or take is they do research for themselves, for their own edification. So in your marketing research, right? In your marketing research, you don't ask questions that you already know the answers to. Right. You ask them questions because you actually want to get their real feedback. in one instance, I worked with a company and they made up what they thought the customers wanted. And I'm like, they don't want that. They didn't say that. Do you know they ostracized me in that company? I was like, I can't stand up in front of the company and tell them that they like these designs, because when we went to groups, they said that they didn't. So the whole team ostracized me, literally sitting across from me at the table. I'm sitting on one side, they're sitting on the other side. That's how you build integrity in, because you actually find out, what does the customer really want?
That's
and
right.
then you deliver on that. You don't try to hyper sell them on something that they don't want. You
That's
don't
right.
keep on sending them a barrage of stuff that you know that they don't want, that they're never going to use. Most people, when they go to conferences and things of that nature, they don't use the work. Why? Because it's like an overwhelm. They're excited in the moment. Their hormones are raging. That oxytocin, that serotonin is raging, and they're loving it, and they're seeing, and they're like, oh, I'm going to do this. Integrity. And then the moment they leave, they spent $25,000 on this program, and then they're sad because they don't get the money back. But what you are saying is, Dr. Barbara, you know what? I'm going to help you implement this program. Now, I can't make you do it, but I can help you implement it so that you can get some results. And that's what integrity is. And people got to get, integrity is doing what you say you're going to do, but it's also doing what others expect you to do, even if they haven't said it. Right. So a lot of people miss that second part of the definition of integrity.
That's really good. Some of the things I agree with, some of the things I'm not going to be doing, but I do like the majority of what you said is totally what we do in our company. Can you describe your proprietary goal performance program?
Oh, yes. Awesome. So one of my favorite authors is Dr. Kimbrough, who wrote Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice. And what you got to get is Napoleon Hill. But Napoleon Hill gave him the last 100 pages of one of his manuscripts, and he took that and made the book into it, right? And then he wrote this, What Makes the Great Great. Well, in the What Makes the Great Great, it talks about goal attainment, and he's talking to a lot of different people about how they attain their goals. And so what I've developed what we've developed is a goal program that actually brings in, oh my goodness, it brings in the mindset that is required for one to establish. I get a little emotional about it because goals underlie everything that people are doing. So everyone, everywhere has a goal. It doesn't matter if you're a child and you want to get good grades in school and you want to please your parents or you want to please yourself, to women who have been, like something has happened to them and it's time for them to rebound and to come up to another level, and they want to get out of a situation, but they're swirling inside of it. And it's hard for them to get out because you can't see something from the ocean when you're in the ocean. You got to get outside the ocean to be able to see it. And then leaders who are at one level, maybe they're at 1 million, maybe they're at 20 million, and they want to get to the next level. Everyone has a goal. And so this is a proprietary system that actually looks at the values, it looks at the mindsets, it looks at the hormones and what is going to manage someone to get and reach and attain a goal, no matter how you receive information. So whether you receive, we all receive information differently, whether we receive it by hearing, by seeing, by feeling, by knowing, all of it. So it takes in consideration those things, and it starts at a level of being, embodying who you say that you are. So that goes back to what you said. When you show up, when Dr. Barbara shows up, we know that integrity shows up. Yeah. And so inside of that, you're creating these goals, or you're having your goals be met inside of who you are naturally. So a lot of times people set these goals and it's a resolution, and all of a sudden, a couple weeks later, they have completely forgotten about it, right? So we create the goals based upon how people naturally flow, not against themselves, right? Like, for example, somebody may say that they want to release some weight, but
I was going to say, can I jump in right there? This is my goal. I have to drop some pounds because the blood pressure is doing stuff that I don't like. And I don't want to be on no medication. So did you see me all in? I was in this.
Yes. And so, Dr. Barber, we work on eliminating whatever limiting beliefs you have, whatever obstacles you have to releasing that weight. What is that weight tied to? In my particular instance, I gained weight because I felt like I needed to feel safe because I wasn't feeling safe in my body. I wasn't feeling safe.
I gained weight because I like to eat. How about that? I like food.
Whatever it is, we all like food.
I like food. I like it in abundance. I like it. That's
I get it.
Dial it back, Miss Barber.
Dial it back, sweetheart. I love food too. But there was but I would gain weight and I would lose weight. I would gain weight and I would lose weight. And there was a reason why I was doing it.
It's not so easy anymore at this age. So losing is not so easy.
Well, it's just the same as shifting a mindset.
Mm-hmm.
We get all these mindset things, all of these mindset tips, beliefs, considerations from the collective. We get it from our parents, our generational line. We get it from our friends, our associates, our business associates, and we get it from ourselves. So just like it is to shift a belief, it is to shift a situation around gaining something that you want to release.
Okay. We're gonna talk after the show. Okay,
good.
Promise me. It is in your experience, what sets a great leader from a good one?
What sets apart a great leader from a good one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're going to go to that. There was a book. I can't remember the name. I can't remember the author's name, but it was like What Makes the Great Great or something like that. It was not What Makes the Great Great. It was before Dr. Kimbrough's book. It was Jim Collins. He wrote a book about great businesses, right? And a lot of those businesses are out of business now, right?
Right.
So it's the same thinking, because however we do one thing is how we do others. And a business is just an organism of people. So it's just an amalgam of all these people, right, with their own mindsets. And so what sets apart a being from being, or takes them from being great to being the greatest that they can be, is having awareness to see what's going on. Like, I noticed that this happened today and I was triggered by that. Well, what is it in me that is causing me to be triggered by this person's behavior? Wow. And you're just watching it. You're just like, okay, she said this or he said that. And in that moment, I felt a certain way. Let me identify what I felt. And you can do this really, once you become facile with it, you can do it really quickly.
I was just going to say, because when you talk about awareness, you have to first be cognizant that things will trigger you, right? I had a situation recently that comes to mind. But if you're not aware that this will trigger you and you respond before assessing, because what I heard you say without saying is that when someone says something or does something that triggers you, you have to assess what that is.
Yes.
That's triggering you.
Yes. You can't just
react and see I'm a reactionary.
Most people just react. But where's that reaction coming from? That reaction is coming from some upset from the past. So when you know that, you're like, oh, I'm not going to respond out of the past. I'm going to respond right here in this present moment of now. Right now, what Dr. Barber said is making me think, she doesn't like my orange dress, but she has on one. Okay. Let me think about that. Well, maybe she just is not feeling that on me. Well, that's okay. That's her. What Dr. Barber thinks about me is none of my business. Let me go on my happy, dappy way and twist out of here wearing if this is what I want to do. But it goes deeper than that, right? Like, because that's why there's road rage. That's why people are doing things to themselves at rates that are unprecedented, because they don't have time to stop and reflect and be aware of all of this stuff that's causing something. Because Dr. Barber, you're not just dealing with me, you're dealing with my whole field. What's in my field? Who said something when I was 6 years old? Who said something yesterday? Who told me this and this? And whenever those things come up, it's like I'm responding to everything in my field. So the work that I do helps people understand what's in their field, and then let's clear out what's in their field so it's not a projection, so that when somebody is projecting something on top of them, they can be like, oh, that's not even my stuff.
That's my stuff. That's not my stuff.
That ain't my stuff. That ain't my stuff. Thank you, Dr. Barbara. Love you. Right? Like, yeah, it's not even my stuff. Right?
That is so, so good. You have no idea how you just blessed me right there. How can leaders avoid burnout while still being ambitious?
Oh, that's a great one. I know all about that. First of all, it is understanding what you're working towards, right? Well, first of all, it's understanding who you're being, right? It's like, I like to say your who becomes you. So who are you being in the matter? Like, you're being integrity, I'm being love. Okay. All right. So if I'm being love, how can I keep this how can I develop this program and still love myself while I'm developing it for others who's supposed to love themselves? Mm-hmm. So loving myself means that I'm not going to work, and stay and pull all-nighters constantly. I mean, sometimes we have to do what we have to do, right? But I'm not going to pull all-nighters constantly, because I'm going to care about myself enough to give myself the nurturing that I need, to take care of myself, to eat what I need, to exercise, to, whatever I'm doing that is a self-care ritual. Yes. And then I'm going to understand how I can what my why is, right? But our why changes. Our why changes depending on what season of life we're in and what we're dealing with and what environment we're in. So a lot of people don't even say that. They're just like, oh, my why, I'm doing it. My why. We just pick up the latest trend, and then we get on that and we stay on that without even realizing the implications of that whole thing, right? Mm-hmm. So when we understand our why, like I've been through lots of stuff, I want to help prevent other people from going through those kinds of things. So if I can open my heart in love and create something that they're going to feel is magnificent for them. Like a man said to me, your sessions are like an internal massage. A man said that to me. Your sessions are like an internal massage, which was a huge compliment, right? And so I see that when we want to prevent burnout, we understand what the task is at hand. And we also understand that we must maintain our self-care in the process, because whatever we are creating in ourselves, that is going to come out in that product. I don't know if there was an old movie, I think it's called Chocolate or something. And the lady is crying when she's making the chocolate. And then people are crying at the wedding. Because basically all of the emotions that she had were going into developing. So what we want to do to prevent burnout is we want to stay in our center and stay balanced in whatever value we have and pour that in and still maintain that love for ourselves in whatever we are doing.
That's a very interesting concept to grasp, that whatever you're pouring in emotionally to your product or your service is coming out when your client or your customer is taking that service or product in. I have to tell that to my dear sister that does spices. Shani Spice of Kendu Spice does spices. Yeah. And she pours love into her spices. It's obvious because the love comes out.
That's beautiful.
Really, really interesting concept.
Yeah, because it's energy, right? Everything is energy.
Yeah, everything is energy.
Because everything is energy, if I'm pouring love into this consulting program, into this goal program, people are going to feel the love, not just the love that I'm putting in, but they start to feel love for themselves. And you should see the different people changing and shifting based upon that. So whatever it is.
And speaking of shifting, I want you to give us some advice on someone who needs to pivot or is pivoting in their career.
Okay. Can you say that again?
What advice would you give to someone who is pivoting in their career?
Okay. So the advice would be based upon what their ultimate goal is. whether they want to go to a different company, whether they want to start their own business, whether they want to spend less time at their work, maybe have a hybrid approach, or whatever it is. I would understand whatever their ultimate goal is, and then I would say, go into your heart and let your heart actually choose for you what is going to be in alignment with you having happiness and joy. Happiness and joy. And you need abundance too, right? You need the money.
Yeah.
So you definitely want to have that too. So then you choose from that lens, happiness, joy, abundance. You put in everything that you want to have with this new position, this new acquisition that you're making, right? And then when you do that, you start, before you know it, you'll start manifesting things to you that you didn't even know. You'll start magnetizing, just like this was an opportunity that was magnetized just this morning. I didn't know yesterday that this was going to happen, right? But then this morning I woke up, something is different today, right? Because I want to do something else. I'm pivoting myself. And so then this showed up. So this is a prime example of what's possible when one starts to magnetize, to go for things without force. There's a book called Power versus Force. We don't want to force things. We want things to come to us. So when we take the requisite actions to have things align, we can bring them into us. And then we can start working on them and working on them and working on them and creating them. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. And you said a huge word beginning with A, that is alignment. Forcing things doesn't work. I know. That was my testimony for a long time. And now, just as you say, you have to align with your heart chakras. Your heart will tell you which way to go, and things will come to you, as opposed to you trying to force them to happen. Then things repelled by you. So that is definitely, I understand exactly what you're saying. But pivoting right now in so many arenas is happening. For example, there used to be a saying. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. I'm not going to ever leave my good government job. Well, these days, the good government jobs are leaving people instead of the other way around.
Yeah.
And so when someone's in that kind of predicament, when someone's in that kind of scenario, that kind of space, these are the kinds of conversations that I wish we could have with them. And this platform allows us to do that. So thank you so much for that comment. I got a few more questions for you.
Okay.
Emotional intelligence. We hear the word thrown here, there, and everywhere. But what role does emotional intelligence play in your coaching practice?
Emotional intelligence plays a huge role in my coaching practice. If we're not aware emotionally how we're feeling, then nothing matters. The problem is, the reason why Black and brown people have such higher rates of suicide, such higher rates of health issues, maternal issues, babies dying. It's ridiculous in the United States for all that still to be happening, is because we don't allow ourselves to feel the emotions. It's thought to be a bad thing to feel emotions. So we don't even know what's an emotion. My own brother, I was having an event and he came and we were talking about emotions. He's like, emotions? What are emotions? Right? I'm like, you're around me. And it was funny, right? But not funny, right? Because
not funny. Because what I want you to do is first explain to our audience what emotional intelligence means to you, as kind of like a definition for just that reason. You made me stop you because you said your brother said he doesn't emotion. What is that? So if they don't know what emotion, if he didn't know what emotions is, then certainly our audience, some members may not know what it is and or not clearly know what emotional intelligence is. So let's start with that kind of a definition.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I get so excited. So you got me going, Dr. Barbara. Emotional intelligence, in the way that I define it, is to be able to be aware of the emotions that you are possessing and be in for lack of a better word, in control of those emotions such that they don't lead you to a negative place. They actually help propel you to a positive place. So emotional intelligence is being aware of where you're standing. So in that moment, what are you feeling? Right? And then getting into the mind of the other person to understand where they're coming from. So just because they say something doesn't mean that they mean it in the way that you are perceiving it. There's an emotion underneath it. So we are always perceiving information because we have the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the superconscious mind. And our conscious mind is like, she doesn't, this and that and this and that and this. But at another level, our subconscious mind is like, she's not responding to me the way that I want her to respond to me. And then the superconscious is like, oh, that hurts my heart because she's really not responding. But in the moment, we're offended, right? And so that emotional intelligence has us be aware intelligently about whatever emotions we're feeling and others are feeling, and to be able to use them like currency. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me because I really do understand what emotional intelligence is. I kind of wanted you to elaborate on, you did touch on it, not just our own feelings, but it's hard, but we have to, in emotional intelligence, understand how we're responding to other people and how other people are responding to us.
Absolutely.
And not take the word I love that you used was perceived.
Yes.
Because we can both look at the same thing and see something totally different.
Exactly.
And that's what we have to be conscious of when we're using our emotional intelligence. Because women emote more than men. Right?
Yes, that's true.
And so we get all into what we call our feelings, our emotions, when a person, male or female, says something that we think is off kilter, out of the way, out of the side of their neck, sometimes I say. But it's really our purpose, our plan, our part to think about what we're going to do next with what we just perceived.
Yes. So if I could, because so I go a little deeper in the conversation, which is I look at the projections. Mm-hmm. So I look at if Dr. Barbara is saying something to me, often it's a projection of something that she feels. So that whole emotional intelligence thing is so big. I kind of focus on what is the projection that I've been given from Dr. Barbara. Now, where is it in me? Okay, so if Dr. Barbara is saying, oh, I don't like this creative that you've developed. Okay, emotional, that's a business issue, right? Mm-hmm. So from an emotional intelligence standpoint, I get to choose how am I going to respond.
That right there.
Right? Am I going to respond in a way that's like, oh, I'm offended? Or am I going to respond in a way that is aware that emotions are there? And this could be, and depending upon if this is Dr. Barbara's baby and she wants it to be a certain way, she is going to be more intent to make sure that that comes out the way that she wants it to come. It's incumbent upon me to be like, oh, you know what? Dr. Barbara's probably coming from a place of integrity, because I know that's one of her major values. She's also probably coming from a place of whatever is important in this program that she's giving to somebody else, that is going to be a part of what she's considering too. So emotional intelligence goes into all of that. So I probably go, I'm trying to give a simplified explanation for everyone, because I probably go a little bit deep with the projections and the understanding of emotions and how they kind of
bounce. You're trained to do it. Yes. I'm talking about the people who don't even understand that they have emotions, or that emotions control them, or that they need to be looking at what is the other person, in your words, projecting. What is the other person projecting that may not have anything to do with them?
Yes, exactly. That's a very good point. So oftentimes people are, because we're just a walking, talking emotional field. We're all like at different stages of growth and development. Some of us are stuck at age 4. Some of us are stuck at age 11. Some of us are stuck at age 16. So we can be 58 years old or 48 years old or 68 years old, and we're stuck at the age of 16. And so we're dealing with people who are also in the same place. So when we give everybody grace, that when we see that everybody is the walking and talking, just give them grace and understand that they're coming from their own heart-based place and everyone is at their own stage of development. Then we just get back to, okay, let me just do the work at hand. No emotions, because our emotions are not the problems in the world are caused by all these errant emotions and people acting out. So if we just stopped and really understood that everyone is in their own level of emotional growth and development, then we'll just say, oh, that's just so Dr. Barber. That's just so Dr. Barber.
Listen, I love that, because that helped me on the conversation I was having this morning, just this morning. That is not my projection. That is not my perception. I just need to let that go. So you have helped me. If you don't help nobody else on this platform, you have helped me today with that.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then because some of us, like me, I can feel when someone is telling me, when someone is saying something to me, I can feel if there's something underneath it that they're not saying, right? I can feel that, right? And I can feel when I'm working with people, sometimes my clients will say, well, I worked through that already. And I'm like, okay, well, then why am I feeling this and this and this in my body? Because I'm very empathic, so I can feel it, right? And I'm like, and so and it's amazing when clients are able to break through that and see what they were actually feeling, which is also emotional intelligence, because they begin to become aware of their bodies and the emotions that we hold in our bodies. And can I just say, the emotions that we hold in our bodies, when they're not healthy emotions, can cause sicknesses, illnesses, cancer. Okay. And that's the reason why we have such high mortality rates with certain things, right? Like heart disease and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, can you empath that you helped me this morning? Let's talk about your experience with Fortune 100 companies.
Okay. So I have the opportunity. When I created a program I mentioned before that targeted Black women and was able to grow it very quickly to almost a $33 million business. And so then I got job offers from Coca-Cola and Disney, and I decided to go work for
what?
Job offers.
Oh, job offers. Okay.
Job offers, right? They wanted me to come and work with them, right? To do the same thing, right? And so I went to work with Coca-Cola, and which it's one of those companies. And then even though I did not take the job offer with Disney, Disney was one of my top clients when I worked for Coke. So in a cross-functional way, I was able to work with Disney as well. So that's so the experience, if you want me to go in depth in the experience, what I did was branding and marketing, and I managed large, at Coca-Cola, I was on the innovation team, and I managed Coca-Cola Classic, the main brand. So I had $100 million budget. So, and this was in the area of promotions, national promotions. So I developed the national promotions, calendar, programming, managed all of that for Coca-Cola Classic. So that's an example. Do you have other questions? Did something happen? Okay.
We have had such a good time. I forgot the time. I'm looking at the time now going, oh my God, we're at the top of the hour. And
it started buffering. And so I was wondering what happened with that. But I also worked for AT&T. And I worked for AT&T in marketing research. And so I know marketing research all the way to the brand development. So yes.
We are grateful for your time today. And I can't tell you how excited I am to have met you, and we'll be in touch after the call. Dr. Taylor, thank you so much for all you do, all you've done, and what you're doing right now that lets us know that you are truly who you say you are. I can empath that part. So thank you again. We have had a great time this morning, and I am grateful for your being here. You know what? Genius is common. You're a genius, and I'll see you on the other side.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Barbara. And also, I have a program running, and Dr. Kelly told me to mention it on here.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. I also wanted to know how to connect with you, by the way.
Yes. So how people can connect with me is by sending me. You can send me an email at Taylor, TAYLOR at ILLUMEU.com. Taylor at ILLUMEU.com. Or you and we're going through a rebranding with the website, and the website is illumu.com. And so we're talking about it. So there's something up there because I wanted something to be up there that started explaining the business, but understand that we're working through that. And they can also text me because I have some special offers for people, and I have a 15-minute free session that people can take with me. And so you can text at 404-988-9811, 404-988-9811. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you for reminding me. I appreciate you. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
We're headed to the Holy City. The Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council is proud to announce that the 2025 Business Opportunity Conference will be held in Charleston, South Carolina.
With support from our 2025 title sponsor, Sunoco, the event will once again feature the Scholarship Swing Golf Tournament curated by West Carey Group and Styra, and host the welcome reception at the International African American Museum.
Tickets are on sale now. We look forward to seeing you in Charleston August 3rd through the 5th for the Business Opportunity Conference.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Are you a
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Great rising business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Barbara H. Smith, and I am your business moderator for this morning. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business networking network platform showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. If I seem excited, it's because we have a new show coming to the platform today. This show is called Breaking Barriers, where we highlight trailblazers, entrepreneurs, corporate leaders, and bold individuals who have shattered ceilings and redefined what's possible in their industries. Again, I'm Dr. Barbara H. Smith, and I am thrilled to co-host this powerful platform alongside the incomparable Dominique Simpson Milton. She is the president and CEO of the Carolinas, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, and Dominique is not only nationally respected, she's a respected advocate for supplier diversity. She's an intentional connector with a passion for creating access and opportunity for minority-owned businesses and others. Together, we're bringing you real conversations with real impact, because breaking barriers isn't just a buzzword, it's a movement. Today's episode is going to be about branding and marketing, how to position your business to be seen, remembered, and ready when the opportunity knocks. So whether you're a startup or a seasoned pro, we're diving into the strategies that can help you stand out in a competitive market. So let's get into it. Welcome to the platform, Dominique Milton, to the platform.
Yes, Dr. Barbara, it is always good to be here with you. And it's great to call you Dr. Barbara. You know, we started out that way. We claimed that, and look at, we just a couple of years later, now you're Dr. Barbara. I'm on my way. I'm close behind you.
Look at that. Look at that. I am super excited all the time, even if I just hear your voice. When I saw your number come up on my phone this morning, girl, I went ballistic. Oh my God, it's Dominique, it's Dominique, it's Dominique. So we are super excited to see each other on the platform. And I just want to get into it. Dr. Eric Kelly has afforded us this opportunity to come together with a new show called Breaking Barriers. And I can't be more excited, Dominique, to work with you on anything. So this is super exciting for me. Let's get into it.
Yes, the feeling is mutual.
What do we want to tell them today? How do we get into this?
Talk about just yourself. Like, how do you brand yourself? How do you position yourself? How do you show up, right? And make that money? And what do you need to do when you're showing up? And if I could start with a story of a professor that I had. I was in a marketing class in undergrad, and really is the best professor I ever had, because we were learning about marketing, how to position yourself, how to position a product, how to price a product, how to promote a product. And she said, for your final assignment, what I want you to do is I want you to think of yourself as that product. I want you to figure out how over the next 5 years you're going to market yourself. How are you going to price yourself? How are you going to position yourself? How are you going to show up, right? And how are you going to promote yourself? And we went through that exercise, and I created a 5-year plan for me. How I would dress, what my resume would look like. And that started my journey into thinking forward 5 years and really writing down what I wanted, how I was going to show up. And in doing that, it didn't leave things to happenstance. When people don't plan all the opportunities that come their way, they don't know which ones to pick from, right? But if you have a plan, and you know how you're going to position yourself and what's the right customer for you, how you price yourself, then when stuff starts to come at you, like, no, that's not for me. That's not for me. This is my journey right here. So it helps you ground yourself and it helps you prepare for the journey that you want to be on, not that somebody else put you on.
That is so critical. And one of the things you said in there, you said a lot, to unpack the entire thing would be another whole show. But the one thing you said that stuck out to me like a sore thumb, in a good way though, was that you have to write it down.
Yes.
Because you can think of all of us have thoughts all the time. Studying John Kehoe taught me that we produce between 20 and 50,000 thoughts a day. So you can have all these thoughts, but what are you doing with those thoughts? Unless the plan is written down, unless the goal is written down, it's just a dream. And dreams evaporate just like that.
That's so true. So how do you write your goals down?
I write them daily.
Okay.
I write daily goals, and then I go further than that, the monthly goal. A weekly goal, daily, weekly, over here, daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annual. And they're on my whiteboard. That's why I looked over to my left. I write them down, and mine are financial goals, mine are products goals, mine are spiritual goals. So, and now I had to add a new one because the doctor talking crazy about me going on medication. So I have
health goals.
Health goals. Yeah.
Yes. Know your numbers.
Right.
Know your numbers.
I know my numbers, and they ain't looking good right now. But
so what I do is I write it down like you just said, and then I take a pictorial. I create a pictorial view of that. Right. So I have on my wall over here for the last 4 years, I have my pictorial vision boards of everything that I have written down on the list. And then I look at that every day and I have it as my screensaver. Then I constantly go back and I adjust. Did I get that one done? Did I get that one done? Then I have codes in there, different number codes for goals I want to achieve. But it's in front of me every single day.
And that's another important point right there. They can be written down. For a long time, Dominique, I'm ashamed to say, I wrote the goals down in a book, and then the book went on the shelf.
Most people do.
At that daily, constantly, to remind yourself what goals you have. So once you have the goals written down, then what do we need to do?
Oh, you need to share it with people. See, that those people that are going to hold you accountable, right? Some people don't want to share their goals, but if you don't share your goals with an accountability partner or somebody, who's going to hold you accountable except yourself? And then that's dangerous when it's just you.
Dangerous. That is dangerous, because I was that one that was holding myself accountable for a long time, and that's why stuff didn't get done.
Right. That's what happens.
But when you talk about holding somebody else holding you accountable, that sometimes is hard to let somebody in on your goals and your dreams, is because you have to be careful who you let in to your goals and dreams. There are some people that will hold you accountable, and some people that would say you're doing too much.
Well, that's true, but who is on your accountability team, right? So I read this one time. It says you need to have like an old friend, a new friend, a young friend, a workout friend, a spiritual friend, right? Health coach, work coach. So you have all these. You have that team. We talked about this before.
Yeah.
If you have a team in place, then you feel comfortable going to that person. I don't tell everybody, everything, right? So I know I'm gonna tell this person my vision, right? And that person will nurture it. And that person might not say, "Oh, good idea," just because you said it, right? They might push back on you and challenge you, right? So you got to have that proper team in place, and that takes time. And then we as women, you got to be willing to share. We think that we're the only one going through something. That part.
So let's get into what are the pieces when you talk about branding and marketing. What are the questions you first need to ask yourself before you even, right away when I hear branding and marketing, the old me would say, okay, so what color is my logo, and what's my logo going to look like, and what's my website supposed to? What are the things that business owners need to know and do before all of that?
So we're going to start with positioning. All right. So first of all, you define your value. What is it that you are bringing to the table? What problem are you trying to solve? Right. Everybody can have a cleaning business, but is your cleaning business unique? Are you bringing eco-friendly products to the market? What are you doing that is different? So, if you have a product or service that fills a need and takes care of a problem that somebody has, you build yourself into their supply chain, right? If you're not fulfilling a need, why do they need to call you? They need to be able to say, when I do business with Barbara, I'm better off than before I met Barbara. I'm saving money, I'm making money, or I'm saving time, whatever it is, but it comes down to the bottom line. So define your value, own your lane. Don't be that person that does everything for everybody.
Do everything for everybody. Everybody's my customer.
Yeah. The narrower your niche, the stronger you are. And then stand for something. Be known for one thing that people remember. right? So, and then the last one is show receipts, share wins, testimonials, and real results, right? So you want to be able to tell stories. You want to be able to talk about your wins, how you've helped people, right? So that's the positioning part. You want to add anything to positioning that you've learned?
That's pretty much it in a nutshell. I would say the who is just as important as the what. What problem do you solve? Who are you solving this problem for is what I would add to that, because everybody's not going to have the problem that you solve. So who is it that has that problem? And then go after that market. One of my coaches says, whichever woman knows her client best wins.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You know, I would tell my daughters when she was going in for an interview, both my daughters, they're like, well, there's so many people going in for this job. I'm like, don't even worry about them, right? You know, anybody that is interviewing could do the job, but it's about the relationship that you build. It's about proving that you're a fit for this particular company, right? And so how are you going to fit in? Because a lot of people can do that job, but they want you. They want Dr. Barbara to show up, right? And so you design that. The other thing is, and one of my mentors says, what is your value proposition?
That's
right?
it.
So
what are you offering, and at what price, and for what value? Because people get rejected all the time for what they think is price. It's not that. More times than not, it's because they don't see the value in what you're offering.
That's right. So let's talk about price. Some people don't know how to price their services. How do you price your services?
How I price my services is based on a couple of different things. I research the market first to see what the market is holding, what they're saying. And then I look at how much did I invest in me to bring the service or provide the service or product that I'm offering.
Right.
How many years of college? How many years of training? How many courses? How many of these CVMSDC events did I attend? How many WIDHR, Women in Defense Greater Hampton Roads, did I attend? I add all of that into a factor, and then I price mine accordingly, most times above what the market is offering, because I have value and I know I bring value to the table when I show up on the platform.
Right. That's right. And feel comfortable with that, right? Because if the price is wrong, it might not be the right customer.
If the price is wrong, it's not might be the wrong customer.
It's the wrong customer. It's the wrong customer.
Right. Because there is a customer for every price point. Hear it again. There is a customer for every price point. The story reminds me of the young man, the elderly guy who sent his daughter out with his antique car to sell.
I remember. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And she took it to Joe Blow down the street, and he said, I'm not going, that's a piece of junk. I'm not going to give you but $1,000 for that. She came back distraught. And when she told her father, he said, now take it over to the antique dealer. And the antique dealer was going to give her $100,000 for that same car. He saw the value. And so it is with our services. People who want to devalue your value, Dr. Kelly says it best. If you don't value your value, then your value is not valuable.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. So in terms of pricing, value your time. Don't charge by the hour. Charge by the outcome. Charge by what you're going to deliver for that client.
I need you to say that part again.
Don't charge by the hour.
Don't charge by the hour.
Charge for the outcome. What are you going to deliver for that client? And that makes it visual for them, right? And then they're looking at, okay, how many hours is she spending? This is what you're going to do to bring about change for this organization. And that increases your value tenfold just by putting it in a package like that.
And I did that for a long time, Dominique. I'm being transparent. That, I charge this much for the hour. No. This is what you're getting. And this is the price point. And this is the investment.
Yes. And the second part of that is you have to do the math, right? What is your cost, your time, your profit, and your price, right? Don't leave any of those out. And if your time is going to change, take that into consideration. Like
Right.
you said, you go higher. So that's the second point. And then offer tiers. There might be different tiers in what you can offer, right? Don't just give one price, right?
That's a really
and
good.
then-
Let me pause
yeah.
right there for a second, Dominique. I learned at National Speakers Association when we were pricing our speaking packages that you give a package price, and the one you want the most is the one you put in the middle, because people will choose the middle before they choose the beginning or the end.
I like that. I like that. Well, the last point on price is to, after you know your numbers, if you set them, say it with confidence. Don't go in there wishy-washy about it. All right. Say it with confidence.
If you can't afford it, maybe I can do.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about what I did.
Yes. That's why we're having this conversation. See, we have real conversations, and everybody's not ready for a real conversation, but we're talking about our experiences, right? And so in pricing yourself, and we have a workshop coming up at BOC 25 just on how to price yourself, how to value yourself. And then on top of that is how to collect your money. Some people don't know how to collect their money. They can themselves, they get the contract, and then they don't make it easy for the person to pay.
Now, pause right there. How do you make it easy once you've got your pricing, once you've got the contract? Now it's time to collect your money. How do you make it easy? What are some strategies to make it easy for your client to pay?
So I'm a QuickBooks believer, but have QuickBooks. The guy who picks up my trash, he uses QuickBooks, and he is quick. He sends me an invoice, and all I have to do is click on it. Right? Click. When I pay my taxes, they send me a text message, and I click on it, and my taxes are paid just like that. I don't even have to put my account number in. I used to have to go there and write a physical check. Now they've gotten so advanced, they just send me a text message. Boom, just like that. It's one click and I've paid. So I always say, have every possible payment method that you can imagine on your invoice, right? Some people will send me an invoice and it'll have their routing number and their account number, and I got to go put it in. Some people will send me an invoice where it's there, click here, boom, 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 it's done. So if you make it easy, and then you got to follow up. I had a client who's been doing some work for me, and they sent me an invoice with 3 years of invoicing. Like, you haven't collected your money in 3 years from me? What's going on, right? And I'm just a little tiny client of theirs, right? So I know there's some bigger issues, right? So you must make it so simple for your client, and then be able to trace it back. Have an accountant. We talked about a team. Make sure you have an accountant on your team.
Yeah.
We're going to have a bail workshop at BOC 25. I'm so excited for this bail workshop. Every business owner needs a bailout team. That's a banker, an accountant, an insurance agent, and a lawyer on your team that you can call. And they're in your phone on speed dial that you can call at any time.
And to talk about those invoices, one of my coaches taught me that you have to remove what she calls the friction. Remove the friction. There should be no barrier between you getting your money and the client giving you your money.
Right.
Click a button is the best way. QuickBooks does it. So does PayPal. So does but you have to set those things up and set them in place so that when you send your invoice, they don't have a question about how they pay you.
Right.
And
absolutely.
Strongly recommend following up, because what happens sometimes is it may go into their spam. It may go into a different folder. I had a lady contract the other day that I didn't hear from, and I sent a reminder. You didn't respond to this either way. And she looked and she said it went into a different folder that I wasn't expecting, and I didn't even see it. So,
well, you know, fortune is in the follow-up. So to send the invoice is one thing, but you can't be so timid that you're scared to follow up on your own money. I have a friend that says, I got to find my money. I'm gonna wake up today. Somebody's got my money and I got to find it. Right. So he's always hunting for his money, but then also
give me my money. Show me the money.
Yeah. My Shiro, Janice Bryan Harroy, she said, you know what? You've got to ask for what you want.
Yeah.
A lot of times we don't think that somebody is wanting maybe to renew a contract or increase a contract, and we're just hemming and hawing, but we're not asking. When you ask, you never know what's going to happen. And by teaching us that, I had one of our MBEs who asked a client something, and after hearing her session, and was able to get a 6-figure contract renewed that he didn't think was going to be renewed, right? And she shared the same, because she shared the same story. So we have to know how to price ourselves. We have to know how to get our money. We have to know how to follow up on getting our money. It's your money. Why would you be shy about going after and asking for that? So that's all in the pricing.
Well, in the pricing too, your follow-up statement needs to be reiterated. The fortune is in the follow-up, because if you don't follow up, then you're sitting there hoping they should know they got to pay me, because that was Barbara. They got an invoice. They should know they should be paying me. No, that's not how it works. That's your money, right?
That's right.
Just saying.
That's right. And then I want to stay on this for a little while longer, because a lot of people, they use the wrong money. You got to use other people's money. Okay. And you need to get lines of credit before you need them, right? So don't use up all your money, get your credit bad, use all your auntie's money up. And then now you need cash flow and you don't have it, right? And that's the downfall of a lot of businesses, is they don't have cash flow to help them through slow times. So you have to have that cash flow set up. And going to banks and asking for a line of credit is one good way to do that. Having credit cards that you don't use that have a line of credit is one good way to do that. There's a thing called good credit and bad credit, right? And so that's part of handling your money and pricing yourself, making sure that you have a cash flow process.
Talk some more about the process of getting a line of credit from a bank, because just say you go to the bank to get credit. Are they going to use your personal credit as background? If they are going to use your personal credit as background, what if the business owner doesn't have good credit? How do they get cash flow going if they don't have good credit to begin with?
Such a good question, because as a business owner, your personal credit is tied to your business, right? And some people don't realize that. And the difference, if you have a good credit score versus a bad credit score, is it's crazy, the difference in what you have to spend, the higher interest rates that you get. It's just you're losing every time, right? So make sure that when you get ready to plan to go in business, that you're working on getting stellar credit. And when you go to the bank, when I go to the bank, I have everything in a notebook. It's all laid out. Here's all my pay stubs. Here's all of this, and I'm flipping pages, but they're like, this woman has all this stuff, like, because you're not going to deny me, right? But and they still want to deny you, right? But you have everything together, because they're going to ask for everything except your blood type when you go to that bank, right? They want to know everything. So put all your paperwork in order. Always have your paperwork in order, so that when you need to go and get this money, it will be, you will look credit worthy. There's a whole process to going after capital. It's called capital readiness. You've got to make yourself look capital ready.
You're going to talk some about that at the BOC Business Opportunity Conference, for those of you.
I like calling it BOC. I like that. Yes, we are. We're going to talk about that. So let's move on to marketing yourself. How do you market yourself? We talked about positioning yourself. We talked about pricing yourself. Now we need to talk about marketing yourself.
So marketing is different than branding. Okay?
Yes.
So marketing yourself involves being seen in places that you want to be seen. And so how do you do that? Let me tell you firsthand. You go to events that have people that could help you in business. CVMSDC is one of the stellar organizations for that. I belong to CVMSDC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development, right? Council, the council.
Yeah, you got it. I'm about to shorten that name.
No, I like it. I like it because it makes you think. It makes me think, right? But they have helped connect me with resources like the Chase Banker, like being a part of the BOC as a vendor. And so you get around people who are looking for the services. You got a network looking for the services and products that you provide, and you start to get connected, and your brand starts to be showing up in different places. You start to show up in different places. Another great place for me is Women in Defense Greater Hampton Roads. And so I show up and have shown up as a volunteer, have shown up as a participant, and then became the speaker for their conference. And so you have to, marketing yourself means showing up, and showing up. You need to show up.
Being at the table. So many people don't show up, right?
Yeah.
When we have meetings, have people who register and they don't show up. People don't understand the importance of showing up, putting yourself at the table. If you're not in the room, all the opportunities that occur are going to go, they're just going to pass right by you. And then the other thing is, when you show up, what do you do? Do you even know how to network when you get in that room? Do you go to everybody and just give them your business card and say that I've made a networking connection? No, I like to go deep versus wide.
Yeah.
When I go to an event, I'm going to meet 3 or 4 people. We're going to go real deep, right? They're going to have my number. I'm going to have their number. I'm going to know about their kids. We're just going to go deep, right? As opposed to just, hi, and then that person doesn't know you from Adam. And somebody says, do you know so-and-so? I said, I know of them, but they're not in my phone, right? I know of them. I can't reach them. That's not what I call knowing somebody and marketing yourself to that person. So showing up, as you said, Dr. Barbara, is so critical. Let's talk about showing up and volunteering. People miss that when it comes to marketing themselves, right? That's like free marketing. And I know because you showed up at my events, volunteered, and then got business out of it, right?
Right.
So people understand that is like a public announcement. What do they call it? PSA. PSA, right? You volunteer.
But it is so easy to do. But I guess that's not how I felt. But I guess people feel like, I'm not doing that for free. I'm not going there. No, it's not for free. What it is, it's a way to get known by some people who can help your business.
Right.
And so go show up. We got to show up. I mean, I know there are some people who may be so timid or introverted. Well, it's going to be a struggle for you because you got to show up. And you can't just show up just willy-nilly. You got to show up prepared, as if somebody were there that you could do business with today.
That's right. That's right. I just thought of this, and it's like a volunteer equation, right? And so let's just say you're a consultant. Right. And you charge X for your services. At the beginning of the year, you plan out what you want to make for that year, and you say, okay, I'm going to have 2 or 3 or 4 volunteer opportunities that are going to be worth X amount. You put that into the equation, right? As part of your marketing dollars. And so when you go to do it, you say, okay, this is part of my give back. Right. Our keynote speaker for BEOC is giving back. Right. He's not charging me what he would normally charge somebody. Janice Bryan Howroy came and spoke to us for one of our events for free. She charges probably $50,000 a session. Right. So that was her give back for her client. Right. And so you have to build that into your plan for the year, into your strategy.
Yeah. And it's huge. Because you never know what's going to come out of it.
Right.
And 9 times out of 10, if you've done your homework correctly, something huge comes out. I can't even tell you how many times I've volunteered and something huge came out. I can't tell you.
What people don't realize is when you're volunteering, you're rolling up your sleeves and you're working behind the scenes with the people who are looking at you like, oh, I met Barbara stuffing bags, right? And she's a hard worker. And then you're telling them off script what you do when they don't need you, and then when they do need you, they're going to remember, I work behind the scenes with Barbara, right? Top of mind. The other thing that you have to do when you're marketing yourself, and this is at the top of the list, is to be able to tell your story. You're such a great storyteller, Dr. Barbara. People need to know how to tell their story.
And it's not easy if you don't know how, because there are components to it, which of course I teach, how to tell your story. And I was never so elated. I mean, afterwards, my client told me that I was grinning ear to ear, because she stood up and she was one of those people that she said, I don't really have a story to tell. I mean, like, I'm not a good storyteller. we put her story together and she told it in her ribbon cutting ceremony. And I want to tell you, when she started talking about the story that we had crafted, my cheekbones were up to here. And she came to me afterwards. She said, I saw you. You were gritted ear to ear when I told my story. I said, because I never heard you do it in public. We did it behind the scenes. But it's so important. It's so important, Dominique, that you can articulate your story in such a way that you capture the attention and people buy into you before you even get up to tell what you do. Telling your story is important.
Yes, yes. I might have. We're going to talk about that offline. You might have to help me with my story.
I will do it in a New York second.
Okay. All right. So the other 2 points are: give your value first. So lead with your value. Don't lead with, oh, you're going to hire me because I'm a woman. You're going to hire me because I'm a minority. That is like, really? Are you kidding me? What value are you bringing to the equation? And that should just be popping out. And anytime somebody talks about Dr. Barbara, oh, she brings value. She can transform your events, right? And so that's you want them talking about what you're going to do for them. And then be consistent.
Yes.
Right? Reputation builds recognition. Be consistent.
Repetition builds recognition. I gotta write that down. Repetition builds reputation. I like that a lot, Dominique.
Good. So we talked about positioning. We talked about marketing, how to price yourself, and how to collect your money. I wonder if we don't have viewers. The viewers aren't putting in any questions in the chat, are they? We can't get any questions in.
Nope.
Oh, okay. All right. We just have to give it to them.
I want to talk about the positioning again just a little bit. We have to showcase that we spend money on our own selves. Like they've got to be able to see visually. They've got to be able to see what we spend on ourselves. What do I mean? You can't take selfies for everything. We have great cameras today.
Right.
But if you want people to spend top dollar on you when you're doing your marketing and branding, you've got to spend some money doing some professional photography and videography to get your message out.
Yeah, that's that. Oh, I'm glad you touched on that, because sometimes I'll ask people, send me your headshot. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I didn't want the cap and gown. I didn't. But that's not what I want. I didn't want the backyard picture in your shorts.
Yeah.
I need a professional headshot. I need also a professional capability statement. A capability statement tells us what you do, who you've done it for, how we get in contact with you, and what all the services that you offer, right? What NAIC code you serve. And you have that on a one piece of paper. It's like your ad slick. It's like your resume pictorially, and it talks about the value you bring to the table, and you need to have that. Then your website. So once I meet you, guess what? I get a notice. Oh, 90 people visited your LinkedIn profile. Like, okay, who was it? Right. So people are looking at our profiles. They're looking at our website, and they want to see that the website matches the person that they met and potentially what that person is going to do for me. It all adds up.
It not only adds up, it compounds, because when let's talk about our own selves. When you meet somebody and you're interested in them, what is the first thing you do? Google them.
Yeah. Well, that's not the first thing I do, because that's what you do. I like to meet them and give them an opportunity to, but then I Google them at some point. I do Google them
at some point. You're going to Google them.
You should also Google yourself. So I Google myself. Do you Google yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And it's so important, because I did it for my husband, and a different man showed up, and I'm telling you, that is not my husband. My husband is a Black man. And so they're like, oh, I'm so sad. This was in ChatGPT. I'm so sorry. And they came back with a picture of him. But you have to Google yourself to see what's being said about you.
What's out there? What's out there?
Yeah.
When I Google Barbara Smith, sometimes just Barbara Smith without the H, I get a woman that doesn't look like me.
Yeah, you might get B. Smith.
That's right. I do. I do. But
Yeah.
but what I'm saying, at some point, after I get to meet you, after I get to know you, because you're typically a business owner, I'm going to LinkedIn.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see, what have you done? What are the recommendations? What people are saying about you? Is this somebody I want to really connect with? That's what I'm doing.
And who you know, and who do we know in common? Who do we know in common? Because we're 1 degree of separation. They said 7 degrees, but no, we are 1 degree of separation away. So yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
I think that all of these tips and all of these suggestions will help our business owners, our entrepreneurs, and our thought leaders come to grips with marketing and branding, because this is a huge part of being a business owner, entrepreneur, and thought leader. What do you think?
Absolutely. And I want to close with the fact that don't try and do it on your own. There are organizations out here like mine, cvmsdc.org, WeBank, SBA, all these organizations out here that are designed to help you. We get paid to help you grow. I had somebody say, what do you get out of it? All I get out of it is the satisfaction of seeing a business owner grow. And when you try and build your business completely on your own, you're missing out on opportunities that exist for you. I had to pull Barbara for a whole year. Come on, Barbara, sign up, right? Now she's about to go to one of my classes, right? But you sign up with us, you might pay $500 to become a member of CVMSDC. It's a national organization. We've been around for 53 years. We're going to invest in you. We're going to put you through training classes. We're going to help connect you with people. You could do it on your own, but it would take longer. Right?
Yeah.
So we are here to help speed that process along and to make you more successful. Same thing with the money we talked about. Don't use all your own money. Use other people's money. Get that cash flow. So don't do these things alone. You are a much more successful business owner when you use the help of others. I used to want to be Oprah and Martha Stewart all at the same time. I want the cookies baked. I want to be this powerful businesswoman. And I couldn't figure out how they got it done until I realized that they have help.
Yeah.
They got help putting the clothes on, the makeup on. Somebody's doing all these different things for them, right? And so when you have a team of people that Barbara and I talked about in the beginning, when you have a team of people that they can help you accomplish what you want to accomplish, that you can confide in, you are more successful.
Yeah, it takes a team. Teamwork makes the dream work is not just a buzzword and an acronym. It definitely does, because had I known that there were so many people out there advocating for small businesses, I wouldn't have struggled in the beginning so long and so hard. All kinds of businesses all kinds of organizations under SBA, like SCORE, like SBDCs, like SBDC, SBSD. There are all kinds of acronyms, but they're all designed to make small businesses run and work. CVMSDC, all of these organizations, there's so many that we couldn't name them all. But the important thing is to remember that you do not have to do this alone.
Yes. And shout out to Dr. Kelly for putting on this network and for providing this information to everyone. We want to invite you, and I say we because Dr. Barbara's going to be there too. We want to invite you to join us at BOC 25, which is going to be August 3rd to the 5th in Charleston, South Carolina. Charleston, South Carolina, right? And we have 2.5 days of activities planned for you. We're going to go to the International African American Museum for award ceremony and a tour, just delectable food in Charleston, South Carolina. We're going to have a golf tournament, a scholarship golf tournament to help our members. And we have about 11 workshops that you can choose from. So the price is only $249. Sign up at www.cvmsdc.org. And we look forward to seeing you August 3rd to the 5th so that you are in the room, meeting people at the table, and connecting. Okay.
One more time, cvmsdc.org. In military terms, that's C as in Charlie, V as in Victor, M as in Mike, because I don't want you to miss it. cvmsdc.org. Be there, Charleston, South Carolina, August 3rd to the 5th. I'll see you in the place. That's our show for today. Thank you so much, Dominique, for being here with me. I'm always, always, always enamored being in your presence. You know what? Genius is common. And I'll see you
on the other side. Yes. Yes. Bye-bye.
Well, we have had an exciting morning so far. And now I just want to invite you to our scholarship. The Black Business Expo's mission is to fund high school students, seniors going to college, and our K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. They may also go to blackbusinessexpousa.com. If you want to donate, please also go to blackbusinessexpousa.com or use our Cash App in the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Again, students, you can register at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every single dollar counts. We're just wanting to remind you to please donate to the scholarship fund. Thanking our sponsors for June 2025, NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and of course, Black Business USA, Black Business Expo USA. Guess what? Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance, and one of the speakers for the Expo. To raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, for more info from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the Expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am a founder and consultant for the business growth firm Huertas Decus, which is translated honor and distinction. I'm also your business moderator for this morning's session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our first speaker this morning is Ms. Michelle Manda. Ms. Manda is an accomplished legal and diplomatic professional with over 3 decades of experience in international relations, diplomacy, and human rights law. She holds an LLM with distinction from Cavendish University in Zambia, and an LLB with credit from the University of Zambia. Fluent in English, French, Italian, Portuguese, Michelle has represented Zambia on the global stage, including serving as Chargé d'Affaires in Malaysia, contributing to the establishment of Zambia's first diplomatic mission in that country. Her expertise spans bilateral agreements, international law, conflict resolution, and leadership in administrative roles. A seasoned negotiator, trained by the UN Institute for Training and Research, she has been instrumental in Zambia's foreign policy initiatives. She's also taught at the University of Zambia and the Zambia Institute for Advanced Legal Education, shaping the next generation of legal professionals. So please help me welcome Ms. Michelle Manda.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
How are you this morning?
I'm very well, thank you. And how are you?
Good, good. I shouldn't say this morning because it depends on where everybody is.
Here it's afternoon. It's in fact it's 3:15.
You have quite the impression, and one that we, at least for me, don't often get to interact with, someone on those stages. So I know that the folks out there listening are going to be extremely excited to hear your story and your journey and what you have to offer. So I'm going to jump right into it because I understand we're doing a fireside chat. And the first question I would have would be, what got you inspired and motivated to, kind of take this path in international law?
Thank you very much for that introduction. It has always been my dream to be a lawyer since childhood. And I was inspired by my father, who was a diplomat for Zambia from the time of independence. He was a great diplomat. And he was very good at promoting Zambian culture, Zambian opportunities abroad. And we were privileged to grow up mainly abroad, actually. We lived in the United States because he was at the UN permanent mission in New York. So we lived in Manhattan as children. And after that, we lived in Moscow, in the Soviet Union at that time, because he was transferred there as the deputy chief of mission. And we lived there for quite a while. So I learned how to ice skate and eat a lot of very nice Russian pastries. And thereafter, we lived in Paris, which was so different. And at the same time, I was going to school in England. So that was my childhood. And then when it came for me to decide which career I'd like to go into, I thought I should do law, but I wanted to do, an international perspective. And my parents encouraged me to take up law and get into international relations and political science. And so that's what I did.
Interesting. Something you talked about in your background, I grew up a military brat, so my dad was in the military for the career. And so we traveled around a lot, moved around a lot, different places, in the country, in the world, et cetera. Talk about that, because many people don't get that kind of experience to live in lots of different places when they're young. Talk about that experience and how you feel that formed or shaped your opinion, your development, and
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio.
Okay. The network is a bit erratic on my end as well, because I think of the climate. It's raining and so on. But to answer your question, I think what I think I have an advantage over my colleagues who did not get this exposure is I was able to see life from a different perspective, from other people's perspectives, able to learn languages. And when you learn a language, you're able to communicate with someone really at a very personal level, because you speak to them in their language. And it helps to break things down. It also is a bridge to bring you closer. So all the fears and concerns they might have had.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How you doing today?
Good morning, Dr. Kelly. How are you?
Pretty good. I had to pop a shirt on this morning so I could get in here, and it looks like Sydney's computer is having some glitches, but what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and finish the interview, and we will get back to him as soon as he can. First of all, where are you located?
I am in Lusaka, Zambia.
Okay, so you're in Zambia, huh? Okay, where is that exactly in Africa?
Okay, this is, if you look at the map of Africa, you will see that it is right in the center, in fact, just beneath, just south of the Congo and north of South Africa. And yeah, so that's exactly where we are. We are pretty much in the center, but a bit to the south of Congo. That's where we are.
Well, it looks like Sydney is back. Sydney, as we
Yeah, I switched networks.
So we're going to say genius is common, and I will see both of you. Uh-oh, I did it wrong. Let me do it again. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
All right. So yes, my apologies, Ms. Mandel.
Fine.
So I switched networks. Hopefully there's no more issues with this. So
Okay.
so I did hear your responses. I can relate to that, quite a bit. I think also in what you were saying is that when you're doing that much moving around, you get very aware of the differences of people, and that everyone isn't always the same, and that is okay. And you learn to adapt to those differences and the changes.
Exactly. But also we get to know about the environment we're in. So, when we're in Paris, we got to know, what these people like, what do most French people like, what do they dislike, and what are their perceptions of the world, what do they think about us, and what do we think about them. You get to understand people at a very intimate level, which is good. It's very good. And for me, it has translated into also understanding their needs and wants in terms of business. So I understand their capabilities, the type of things that they would be interested in doing, and the type of things that they really would not, be bothered about. So with that, now, apart from the lecturing work I do and the international relations in terms of business and consulting, I now have at least a good idea, a fair amount of what people want to get from Zambia, from Africa in general, when they're in the European Union and even in the Middle East and further afield in Asia, for example.
Okay. Now, one of the roles that you had in your, in international diplomacy was the Chargé d'Affaires in Malaysia. First, for those who are not familiar, and I will admit, don't know all the details of what that role is. Talk about, what the responsibilities are. And I believe your bio said you were the very first one in that country. So talk about the challenges you also had in kind of establishing that new relationship in that role.
Yes. Zambia has had very strong relations with many Asian countries over the years, especially Japan, China, India. Those are the big ones. But with Southeast Asia, we really did not have much in terms of business and trade links, because, of course, our diplomacy is inclined towards economic diplomacy. The political diplomacy era, that finished with the end of the Cold War. And for now, we're very much interested in looking at trade opportunities with many countries in the world. So for us, going to Malaysia was a step forward, because this is where the Asian tiger economies are. And these tiger economies, which are so strong, like Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Brunei, are countries which were actually in a very weak position at the time when Zambia was gaining independence in 1964. Our economy was very strong because of the British pound. In fact, our currency was at par with the British pound sterling. So that's how strong our economy was. And as a copper producing country, copper, of course, is required in industry. And so Zambia was extremely prosperous at the time of independence, far more than the so-called tiger economies of today. So at the time of our independence, we were really not very much engaged with those countries. We were, in fact, more engaged with the G7 group, like Japan, Italy, Spain, Germany, France, Sweden, Norway, and of course the United States and other countries. Those were our main partners, and most business was coming from there, apart from the Eastern European countries, which had also been political allies during the Cold War. But after the Cold War, we sort of somehow deflected away from them and moved more towards the West. So yes, Zambia is now in a position where during the 80s and 90s, we had a lot of instability surrounding us. Zambia is land linked. We're an inland country. So it means that we're surrounded by several countries like the Congo, Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Namibia. And many of these countries for many, many years had their own internal conflicts. You know, these were military type of conflicts agitating for independence, and even after independence, still having their own ethnic conflicts. And Zambia was an oasis of peace. We always have been. And because of that peace, we've been able to develop so much faster and at a very high rate. So what you find in Zambia is tranquility and a lot of massive development, massive projects, and you know, quite a good level of education, I would say, compared to our neighbors. So we became at the same time a host of refugees, which we still are. And I think on the continent during the 80s and 90s, Zambia was the biggest host of refugees because almost every province had this huge refugee camp. So we have been known to be very stable politically and economically over the years. And that stability helps us to do greater things, things which possibly in other African countries you wouldn't be able to imagine. So with our mineral wealth and our very fertile soils, with a lot of rivers, Zambia has been over the years a big supplier of copper, cobalt, gold, silver, manganese, titanium, and many, many precious stones and minerals. We're also a very big supplier of agricultural products, food in the region. We supply food and we process food as well. So Zambia is quite big. And to our, you know, because of our geopolitical situation, we supply the region. And because they have had conflicts, they've had landmines, so they can't really farm the land very well. We are able to, you know, supply. So even things like cooking oil, because we grow sunflower and a lot of other foods, we're able to supply foods. And in terms of human resource as well, many Zambians travel with quite well, those who had an opportunity have been able to travel and speak the languages of our neighboring countries, which are French for Congo and Portuguese in Angola and Mozambique. And so because of that, we're able to do business with our neighboring countries. So I think that's a bit about Zambia that I can talk to
Well,
you about.
you are obviously a great ambassador for the country and a great business development rep for them as well. So I can hear all of those skills coming out when you're talking about it. Oh, here are the fine points. Here are the benefits of doing business with it. So I'm sure you were very, very effective in your role. And charge d'affaires is basically what we call an ambassador
Yes,
to a
in
country.
fact, exactly, yes. Malaysia is a Commonwealth country, so you know the mission there is called a High Commission, and you know the chief of mission is the High Commissioner, and so as charge d'affaires, I was acting High Commissioner until such time as the embassy was officially set up. And in that role, what I had to do internally was to ensure that the office itself was up and running, and we had enough staff to do what they had to do in the various departments, you know, commerce, tourism, and other departments. And also to ensure that we got in touch with the captains of industry, with the people who mattered in that particular country, the political and economic and even social leaders, to find out exactly what has made them become the great country that they are today, so that we could, get some takeaways and learn from them. So it was really a very good opportunity to learn from this country that was very, very low, had a very low economy at the time that we were quite much in a better, stronger position. And now we seem to be beneath them. So we wanted really to remind each other, look, what is it that you're still doing that maybe we need to improve? So we did get to learn a lot about them. And one thing I learned was that they're very resilient in terms of their economy. They are not very materialistic, really, because of their political and religious beliefs. It's mainly a very big Islamic country, and the second religion, well, the cross-cutting religion is Christianity. There are quite a lot of Christians there, but it's mainly a Muslim state, and there are also a lot of Buddhists. So Buddhism and Islam have a slant towards or away from consumerism, materialism, and all these things. And this allows them to focus on development, to focus on culture, and to focus on building themselves as communities, which we found to be an advantage. Zambia is a Christian nation by constitution. It was declared a Christian nation in 1991 because we've always been Christians, but now we had a Pentecostal president in 91, and he then declared Zambia as a Christian nation. So all other religions are allowed to thrive, but we have adopted this particular religion as our national way of life. So we could see some similarities, and we've tried as well to inculcate in the youth Christian values so that they do not get carried away with consumerism, materialism, alcoholism, and all these other vices which tend to reduce a society. So what we're trying to do is to build up our youths socially and economically so that they can be leaders of tomorrow, and also to build up the economic sectors to a level where we can be independent completely. And I think, we're getting there. We do have a National Vision 2030, which speaks to all these different things in the various sectors. So I think, in a few years, Zambia should be one of those countries, peaceful, stable, and, we're still very friendly. Well, we always have been very friendly people, welcoming, and able to speak to many people from other countries. I think network.
And again, I'm back. I'm back.
Dr. Kelly.
How you doing?
Good to see you. It's good
to see you. Good to meet you too. Online. Want to first of all tell you thank you very much for taking the time out of your schedule, because I know that you're at a conference and you're taking the time out. And it looks like Sydney's having some challenges with his internet this morning. And of course, we have to monitor everything that's going on. We are a global network, and sometimes machines act funny. So I'm gonna probably finish. I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions, and I know you got to get out of here. And I did tell you it was going to be 40 minutes, so I don't want to keep you much longer than that. Okay?
Okay, that's fine.
So tell me, what is the biggest attraction for Americans to come to Africa, to come to where you are? What are some of the things that you would say that would attract some of the people there? Some of us there.
You'd be interested to know that Mr. Steve Harvey was here last week. I think he left yesterday, and he's interested in developing the film industry, which is still in its infancy here in Zambia. I know that in other African countries there is also, a growing film industry, like Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, and South Africa, among other countries. Even Ethiopia, I think they have a good film industry. So he came here for that. And I suppose that's one area of interest. You know, we have very good backdrops. We have natural forests. We have a high population of wildlife. We have a lot of waterfalls all over. So I think it makes for a very good type of scenic environment to do films which are going to depict African life, modern and even from ancient times. So yes, Steve Harvey was here. But a lot of Americans are also interested in coming here for tourism, also for trade. And in trade, many of the Americans are interested in coming here for minerals, especially now with the electric vehicles, they're looking at lithium. As you know, every device like a computer, phone, has a lithium battery in it. And Zambia produces a lot of lithium. We also produce a lot of copper, which is important in industry. And we also have a lot of other metals which are necessary, even basic metals, rare earth minerals, and others which are so important in high tech and other industries. So Zambia, Americans are coming here for minerals. The other thing Americans are coming here for is the food. Although you know we're trying now to keep up with the growing of Hass avocados, certain varieties of mangoes, and other exotic vegetables and fruits which can be exported to the United States of America and other European Union countries as well. So they are coming here for food as well. And this is very good for us because it means we've got a new market to export our goods. Our traditional market really is the region, the European Union, and I think the Middle East to a certain extent. So going to the United States is a new thing for us. And this has been made possible by policies like the AGOA Act, which was a deliberate policy to trade with Africa. It also helps us to improve our standards in terms of packaging and branding to meet the US standards and others. So trade is very, very much the thing between African countries and the United States. And we trade in anything, whatever is required, we're able to produce and, and supply.
So, talk about your background in terms of legal and being in diplomacy and negotiation and trade policy, et cetera. How important is your legal background, or are there other avenues that people, listening could use to get into the same kind of work and projects that you've had experience doing?
I think the legal background helps to give you an understanding of investment laws, contractual laws, and other laws related to doing business. It's very important to have an understanding of what's going on globally, the global trends. And also, if you're going to sign a contract with a company in Japan, you'd need to know under international law how they perceive certain issues and on our side as well as an African country. How do we perceive it? We have a regional organization called the African Union, which is very similar to the European Union and similar to the Organization of American States. So in that regional organization, there are also legal frameworks which someone who is trying to do business at a global scale should be aware of. But I think so that would help with international trade, to be able to know the laws, understand that now I'm in this jurisdiction and these are the processes that we need to go through. That does help. And also in terms of negotiation, as you know, as a diplomat, it's always important to know how to negotiate with your counterpart for anything, whether it's a business related type of aspect or whether it's politically aligned, so that you're able to have a win-win situation at the end of the day. As African countries, we are emerging economies. Of course, we have all the natural wealth to be able to be highly industrialized, but it's a question of being organized. And I think where a number of other African countries lose it is politically they're not well organized, and therefore that affects the economy. We've been blessed in Zambia to have political stability and to have an economy which is working fairly well. So because of that, I think it's been easy for us to negotiate. The points of negotiation, if it's in trade, would probably be tariffs, and we have a number of agreements which prevent double taxation, which also, where we have tax waivers, if I'm going to import something to another country, would negotiate about that. And really, it's just the traditional negotiation skills where there's a bit of haggling, but you also have to take into account the interests of the other party and our own interests as well, which have to be protected for the sake of our people, for the sake of our resources. So, for example, we would not be in a hurry to do a business of of timber if we know that it's going to affect the local community. So there's that humanitarian perspective as well, which is so typical in African culture. We tend to think of the people first. How will it affect the community? And if we undertake this type of mega project, will it also enhance the standards of living of the community? That old lady, the youth, and the families living there, will they be able to benefit from this type of mega project, or is it something which is just going to sweep away their life, their culture, and everything? So while we do these projects, we also want to bear in mind the local culture, the local businesses, because you introduce a huge entrepreneur, and the small businesses which have been there over years will die. So unless you can integrate them and have a holistic approach, then it's not good. So the government tends to have a very balanced approach towards business. We don't just accept anyone coming here to want to use our resources or take our resources. We first, do an evaluation and see, is it going to help or hinder the local community? Is it going to destroy our social and economic values, for example? So we look at all that before an investor can come here. They don't just come and say, okay, give me so much huge land and I'm going to do, whatever. We also have to bear in mind the rivers, the environment. People are living using the fish from that river. They are using it for agriculture. And so we cannot accept an industry where they will put pollution and toxic products into our water. So there are a number of areas that we look at. And for this reason, we've been able to maintain our natural flora and fauna the way it is, the way it has been since time immemorial. This is why we still have animals, and it is why people fly here all over the world to come and see the wildlife which we have in abundance. Yeah, so we want to look at everything from a holistic perspective.
So we have time for maybe a couple more questions, and there's so much I want to ask you about the UN, et cetera, but I see in your signature line, Alpha Legal Services. Is that the business that you run? And talk a little bit about what you do.
Yeah. Okay.
And welcome back, Dr. Kelly. How you doing?
Dr. Kelly. Okay, I'll answer the question.
Yeah.
What Sydney was asking is about my consultancy firm, Alpha Legal Services and Business Consultants. So this is where I try to actualize many of the things that I've learned. And, of course, the legal aspect has to do with the documents which are related to business. So I would be able to put together a contract of sale, a sale and purchase agreement, whatever working documents are required for business, can be drafted in-house. And then in terms of the business aspect, I can identify projects and also facilitate so that a foreigner doesn't have to struggle in terms of knowing which institutions they must go to for certain permits and all that. I would be able to assist with the team, will be able to assist them, with that aspect so that they come here, do their business, and they're able to go without much hassle. Because of course, anytime you go to a foreign country, it's not easy to know what the regulations are. So this is what we are. We facilitate business for anyone. And I remember receiving a delegation from Saudi Arabia. I've also received delegations from Germany and Italy, as well as from Indonesia and Thailand. And they were interested. So that's how varied, it has been. And they come here and say, look, we just want to import maybe sugarcane or cassava sticks, which they can transplant and grow in their own countries, and would be able to facilitate whatever it is, of course, for a fee, but also to do the documentation which must accompany the business. So that's really what we do at Alpha Legal.
Well, now I got a question for you. Of course, if do you only do that service for your country, or do you do that for other countries?
We do this for the entire African continent, and actually any country beyond the continent. Of course, we're based here, so this is home. I remember speaking to someone about a railway project in Tanzania. I've also been speaking to some investors about a railway project which will link the Central African Republic with Chad.
Good. But it seems we're still having some connections. One of the things that, oh,
Hi.
Hi.
This network issue is a problem.
Yeah, it's global. It's global. I
Yeah.
think there's a worldwide invasion going on right now that we don't know about because we're doing this. And it's just staring up the internet all over the place. So,
Yeah.
so you again have been involved in some things that most folks see in the movies, hear about in books or read about in books, etc. So in terms of being in the UN, and I live in New York, I live in Brooklyn, etc. So I've been to events and meetings at the UN, but have never been involved in any project or actions. And you've been involved in some things that are pretty pretty exciting, pretty interesting, from the legal diplomatic perspective. Talk about some of the things you learned from that experience, and how do you apply that now as a global business entrepreneur?
Wow. Yeah. Well, I remember being part of the Zambian delegation to the UN in Geneva at the UN Human Rights Commission. And there, what was being discussed, several human rights violations taking place. Also, several issues, new issues, as we move forward, there are always new issues. And what I learned in particular about investment law was that it's very important to bear in mind to have a human face to these projects. And I'm glad that many African countries are doing precisely that. So it's important to bear in mind the human rights aspect, not only for the communities where these projects are going, but even for the investor. An investor is going into a strange jurisdiction. They do have their human rights. They are not to be deported for any reason, and they are not also to be mistreated and so on. So there's that aspect of treating each other with the dignity and respect which we deserve. So I learned that at the UN Human Rights Council. That was quite some time ago. Something else that I learned through the UN system, I underwent training in peace building and conflict resolution, where they actually simulated a dispute between belligerents and the government. That would simulate, conflicts, where you're dealing with very hardcore type of belligerence, and how you would have to, what are the stages of negotiation? How do you reach an agreement, and how can you give and take? What is it that is non-negotiable? And what do you do if there's a stalemate, and so on? This helped me in business because often you're dealing with hardline corporates, and all they care about is how they're going to make a profit, and nothing more than that. They really couldn't be bothered about anything else. So it taught me how to negotiate, how to be friendly, but also to present a true position, protect the interests of my team, and also even their team. It helped me to understand what are their values, what are the values of the other side, to be accommodating, and to be tolerant. It taught me a lot of that. So I think, I learned a lot through the UN system. The training program was very intense and short, but we learned a lot. And we had experts who had been in actual conflict situations coming to teach us, so as diplomats, so that we're aware. Something else I learned as well was, in terms of diplomacy, at what point in a conflict situation do you stop with the diplomatic efforts and engage militarily? If it's a self-defense type of situation, or if there's an aggressor state, at what point can you say, okay, I think the diplomatic route is really not taking us anywhere. Now we are taking it a step further. And so there again, you have to exercise a lot of patience. You must also be able to understand your other side, because sometimes a misunderstanding can occur simply because of language, or because of culture, or because of some decor which you have put in the room which offends them greatly, or whatever it could be. I learned at Foreign Affairs that, for instance, certain Middle Eastern countries would not take very kindly if during an important meeting the lead negotiator is female, and things like that. So there are a number of things which we need to take into account. And also I learned that, in certain cultures, for them, if it's a serious issue, they wouldn't want to have so many breaks in the meeting. They're ready to discuss overnight, the whole night, until they reach an agreement, and so on. So I've learned a lot of things about the different ways that people view situations, and I've been able to use these to apply them in business as well, because the same countries have businessmen. For example, the Middle Easterners are all, interested in countries with fertile soil, so that they can buy, these vegetables and so on, foods, and grow. I had a delegation that were interested in goats, because every year they have a religious festival, and they need Ramadan, where they need goats and sheep. So they were interested in knowing if our farmers here could supply so much of that every year. So that information I learned as a diplomat also helped in terms of discussing with this delegation of people, and who to put forward, how I could lead the team from behind and put a male in front, so that they don't feel offended. And yes, and even with the Chinese, we get to understand that in their culture, certain even ornaments, they believe so much in good luck, and so numerology and things like that. So we learned that, in fact, they love the tortoise because they believe it brings a great good luck for them. And you'd have to bear in mind what year you're in, according to their own calendar. If it's the year of the rabbit, the gifts which you're going to present should have something to do with rabbits or whatever. So those are the small things which actually make a huge difference if you're talking to someone from another culture. Just as much as to us as Africans, we also have certain things which offend us greatly, and which we wouldn't even want to be near, because we have our own traditional values and cultural norms, which which if you bring something to the table which we don't like, it will just turn the whole thing sour. Probably won't have an agreement.
Yeah.
So both sides need to understand each other, to be tolerant as well, and to understand that this person is from a different culture. So you give, excuse them if there is that misunderstanding. Yeah.
Right. So we're running out of time. Talk to or tell folks out there how they can contact you, reach you, if they want more information about careers in diplomacy, if they want to understand the how to use you in terms of their globalization, exportation, importation process. How can folks reach you? What's the best way to contact you?
I would encourage you to come to Zambia. I think our Black people in America and in the diaspora need to set their feet on African soil. When you do that, you'll just feel you're at home, because it's part of your DNA. And when you come here, the sky is the limit in terms of what you can do, literally. So I am here, I'm available, I'm reachable on my email address, which is michelleM@ymail.com. I have a phone number, which I'm sure will be shared later. And in terms of oh God.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So in terms of business opportunities, I would say that the doors really are open. Feel free, do come home and decide on your own what you'd like to do. I know there are people who are very good in the textile industry. They want some fabrics or these, earthenware vessels and other crafts, which you can get here and promote over there. Even on our side, we would like to invite people who are good at architecture, interior design, from America to come here and do something business-wise here. So there's a lot that we can exchange, and I really encourage everyone to come. Instead of taking that hotel holiday to the Bahamas or to Spain, take a holiday to Kenya, come to Zambia, go to Egypt. It's a life-changing experience. It's like telling a Christian to go to Israel, go to Nazareth, go to Bethlehem. So, anyone in the diaspora, come home and see what it's like for yourself. Come and smell that African rain in the savannah. Come and play with the giraffes and the elephants. It's a paradise. When someone says go to Africa, please come. Don't shun.
Don't consider it an insult, right?
We are waiting for you with open arms. If someone says go to Africa, please come. Okay. We are here. You are very welcome. You will live in your own palace as a king or a queen. You will eat your own food. Everything is here. So
well, you are a phenomenal salesperson and a great diplomat. So I've enjoyed the conversation. I look forward to another one in the future where we can, get more into your business services and how folks can, if they want to go global, can go global, and what are the things that they need to look at, and how do they need to assess the market, et cetera, all those things that you talk about and all those things that you do.
Wonderful.
So I look forward to the next time. And until then, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black. .black is the new .com.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the owner and founder of Huertas e Decus, which is a business growth consultancy that helps you double your profits in less than 12 months using the concept of small change to big things. I'm also your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next guest this morning is Mr. Jimmy Davis. Jimmy is the founder of Every.Black, an organization on a mission to assist, to educate, and to inspire people to create wealth through entrepreneurship by leveraging technology like ChatGPT, AI, and the global networking strategies. He believes closing the economic gap requires embracing both entrepreneurship and technology. Through computer classes.black, entrepreneurs learn essential skills, including AI, digital marketing, podcasting, and more, with ongoing support and flexible classes. Additionally, he's co-founded the Black AI Consortium to empower the global African diaspora through AI innovation. He also hosts the Black AI Consortium podcast and leads the Every.Black Entrepreneur Podcast Network. So please help me welcome Mr. Jimmy Davies.
Good day. How are you?
Good day. Good day. Good to see you again.
Well, thank you. Good to see you as well.
Yeah. How has life been treating you over this past few weeks?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Can't complain. Still here, and that's a good thing.
still kicking, right?
Still kicking.
There you go. Well, last time we had a lot of conversation and good discussion around technology, and that's your jam. That's your core focus in helping entrepreneurs be more successful and having more impact in their business, et cetera, through the use of technology. So for those who weren't a part of the conversation last time, we're going to take a little step back and have you give some of your kind of background and insights so that they know where you're coming from. But then, let's get into some of the nuanced questions around technology and the use of it that you're so passionate about and so committed for. So talk a little bit about your academic background and how you got into technology and the importance of technology in business as a whole.
Well, okay, we'll go back a ways. But in college, I really didn't know what I wanted to do. I started out as a land surveyor and topographical drafting, making maps, as a land surveyor and making maps. And I remember going into my senior year and I realized I really didn't like it. So I went to my counselor and I just said, look, I just need to graduate. What's the quickest way to get out of here? And he said, well, I had a lot of math because there's a lot of math in land surveying. And with math, and I took one other class, a physics class, which allowed me to have a minor in physics. And so actually my degree is in applied mathematics and physics. But I ended up working for the Social Security Administration out of college, and didn't like that. I realized early on I didn't like working for someone else, what it really boiled down to. So I started trying different entrepreneurial ventures. That's when it kind of really hit me. You know, I was selling T-shirts. I sold hot dogs at the county fairs. I tried real estate for a while. I had a couple of janitorial services, just trying to find something that I enjoyed doing without having to work for someone else. And around that time, a friend introduced me to a Macintosh computer. They hadn't been out that long, and the light bulb just came on. And sure enough, I just took to it like duck to water. Started teaching people how to use computers. And that became a business growing to where we were servicing 40 cities in 12 states throughout the Southeast US. And around 2015, you know, I started thinking like, what do I want to do after a while? You start thinking about, well, what is your purpose? Why are you here? And I was like, what do I want to do with all these computer skills that I've accumulated over the years, teaching people in all types of organizations, government agencies, military, educational institutions, you name it. We were probably there teaching people how to use software, all the software that was coming out. Software that we take for granted today, like Microsoft Word or PowerPoint or Excel, things like that. But I was introduced to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr., who passed away recently, but he always preached entrepreneurship. And it just made sense to me that I needed to use my tech skills to help entrepreneurs with their technology. And so that's what Every Black is about, as you mentioned, as the show began, that we really emphasize entrepreneurship and using technology and global networking to level the economic playing field. So that's kind of a quick recap for the last 36, 37 years.
Well, you mentioned, which I want to get into next, the Every Black, your company, your organization. There's creativity and meaning in the name. So why don't you talk a little bit about what the organization is about, its mission, but explain why you use the name or how you came up with the name Every Black.
Sure. Well, like I said, in 2015, I started thinking about what do I really want to do. And so I had 12 websites up, right? And they all started with Every Black something, everyblackentrepreneur.com, which I still have, everyblackprofessional.com, everyblackauthor.com. What else did I have? Every Black returning citizen for people coming out of prison, every Black author, so every Black researcher. So I had all these websites, and they all started with everyblacksomethingelse.com. And so around that time, well, two things happened. One, I really wasn't getting much traction on any of the sites except the entrepreneur site. Again, having gone to these meetings with Dr. Joe Dudley and learning about entrepreneurship, really focusing on that. And the other thing is that I discovered that the .black domain became available, and it just made sense to condense all of these other websites. I dropped the 11 websites. I changed everyblackentrepreneur.com to every.black. And that's kind of how the name came about. So it wasn't like I was just trying to condense all these other sites into something simple and easy to remember. And that's where it came from. And so one of the things I have to mention as well is that .black is not a common domain, but the .black domain stands for high-end or sophistication, such as, your black tie or judge's black robe. The best of the best is what it represents. And so for the longest, I had to tell people, no, it's not .com, it's .black. And I would tell them .black is the new .com. And I kept saying that over and over. And someone said, you know, you need to make that your slogan. And sure enough, that's what we did. So that's our tagline. Every black is the new.com. And it just stuck.
All right. So you have different chapters of Every Black all over. So and international. Talk about why international, and you know, what do some of those other chapters do relative to your overall organizational mission?
Well, initially we were meeting in Raleigh, North Carolina, but we were looking at going global because we realized we were onto something with our weekly mastermind meetings. During our mastermind meetings, we'd read about entrepreneurship. We'd have guest speakers in to teach us about some aspect of entrepreneurship, and also we would network. So we're looking to go global, and that's when COVID happened. And when COVID happened, it was like a no-brainer. Everyone, you know, we all went global. And when we did that, we started bringing in people from around the world to our meetings that were hearing about us or discovered us. And we also started bringing in speakers from around the world. And so we had a number of people coming in from the Caribbean. So they were coming in each week. Because we had so many people from the Caribbean coming into the meetings each week, we decided to start an Every Black Caribbean group, or chapter, if you want to call it that. But we really don't label it as chapter. But anyway, so we have Every Black Caribbean, where we highlight and feature Caribbean entrepreneurs on Every Black Caribbean. And then we also started having entrepreneurs coming in from Africa. One young lady out of Zimbabwe, Chido Chimezda out of Zimbabwe, would log on at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, her time, just to come to our meetings. And that got our attention. Like, who is this that's coming on at 3 o'clock in the morning, their time, and bringing people with them? So we started having Every Black Africa to highlight entrepreneurs in Africa, to learn about how does business work and entrepreneurship work in different countries from around the world, and utilizing the Zoom platform. So what we've done is on the first Monday of each month, we highlight a speaker from someplace other than the US, whether it's Africa, Canada, Caribbean, wherever they may be. And then the rest of the Mondays, we meet every Monday, the rest of the Mondays throughout the month is primarily entrepreneurs from the US, but even sometimes then we still have entrepreneurs from different parts of the world that are our guest speakers, and just hearing their stories. You know, one of the things that happened too that I didn't see coming is, and again, these are people of the African diaspora. One of the things that happened is that even though the accents and the languages may be a little different, we found that we had a very common bond. It was almost like family. And so even though our speakers were from Africa or different parts of the Caribbean or different parts of Africa, there was still this bonding that was taking place with our entrepreneurs in the US. And some of them, quite a few of them, have actually gone on to partner on different projects together from meeting on our entrepreneur mastermind meetings. So that was a real pleasant, I guess, to realize that is that even though the accents may be a little different, the connections were real and happened very quickly.
Super. Now, you talk about the classes and education that you do and deliver as a part of the organization.
Right.
Talk a little bit about how those classes empower entrepreneurs to actually build and or grow their businesses.
Well, I tell people, and I believe that it doesn't matter what type of business you have today. You have to have some tech skills to stay ahead of the game. So early on, we started providing training, again, using Zoom. So it doesn't matter where you were located. Started providing training on applications that entrepreneurs need to know or need to use. Things like Google Docs or Google Sheets, so they can create their spreadsheets, or Google Forms to accept online forms, Canva for creating graphics, or how to create a podcast, how to do video editing so you can make your own commercials, or how to have your own podcast. So we started offering classes like that online on a regular basis, and still do, for entrepreneurs, things that they need to know. Now, of course, I say, unless you've been under a rock for the last few years, now the thing is AI. And being in this business for literally almost 40 years, this is the largest thing I've seen in the tech field, tech industry. And I tell people there's two types of businesses that will be around in the future: those that use AI and those that are out of business. It's that big. So of course, we started offering over a year ago, about a year and a half ago, we started offering classes on AI. Just how does it work? What is it? To give a good fundamental basics of AI. But then we also look at some of the other applications, because when we speak about AI, people don't realize it's more than just one application. There's literally tens of thousands of AI applications out there now, if not more than that. And we start with ChatGPT. That's kind of the one that really kind of started this whole generative AI boom. But we also mentioned things like Copilot or Gemini or Perplexity. These are other AI applications that some people may need or may use. And then there's also AI applications that will create graphics for you or create video for you. So it really saves time for an entrepreneur to create quality content, whether it's text, audio, video, in a matter of minutes or seconds, which used to take hours or days or sometimes even weeks. So it's just a real game changer, in my opinion.
Okay. So do the classes run continuously, or are they set on some semester schedule, similar to what a college might be?
Yeah, no, well, we just run them on a continuous basis, and it's in part based on demand. Sometimes our members will ask for a particular class, and so we prepare it and we conduct it. Like I said, lately, for the last year or so, it's been primarily a lot of AI classes, but no, we just run them continuously. It's not a schedule, not like a semester type thing like a college. It's more of a demand. We just meet the demand. And some of the classes that are more popular, we rotate around more regular than others. Like I say, even things like Google Docs or Google Sheets, people ask for that more often than some of the other things, like some of the high-end applications. So we just continuously offer the classes if people ask for them, or we know, because we run them on a regular basis, we kind of know which ones are in bigger demand than the others. So.
Now, as a part of your organization, are you involved past the education, meaning that once you've educated them about the possibilities and the uses and the benefits of incorporating AI into their business, are you also then involved with them in the implementation or execution, the advisement of strategy? How deep and integrated do you get in the implementation of AI with some of your students?
Yeah, some it depends. Two things. One, I try to set aside Fridays for just general tech assistance for our members. So any Friday, if there's some basic questions, then I'll try to make time for them to help with technology. But also we have different levels of membership, and we have a platinum level membership. And with the platinum level membership, you actually get a dedicated one-on-one tutoring session each month on whatever it is you need for your business, including technology. So for some of the general basic questions, we open it up to the members. If you want one-on-one, more in-depth training on a particular topic, then we have a platinum membership level for that. So we actually have four membership levels: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. And so for the bronze, you're on the website and you can get discounts on training. But for the silver level, we will not only do you get the training and you're on the website, but for the silver level, we also help promote your business. What I mean by that is we've developed a social media following, we've developed an email list, and so we have a newsletter that goes out every Monday. And if you're a silver or higher membership level, we will put your announcement in our email blast that goes out to tens of thousands of people. And then on the gold level, with the gold level, you can also have your own podcast on our podcast network, including promoting your content. And then, as I mentioned, the platinum level, you can get some one-on-one training on a monthly basis. And of course, we promote your events as well on our social media, or if you want a podcast as well. So we just have different levels for whatever a member might want. And we set it up that way because some people just need more help than others. And we also, there's no long-term commitment. So you can upgrade or downgrade at any time. Some places, they lock you in for a year. Now we give you a discount if you join for a year, but there's no long-term commitment. You don't have to commit to a whole year. You can do month to month. But usually what happens when people actually join, then they see the benefit of it and they hang around for the most part.
Okay. Can you talk maybe about a success story that reflects what you, not only what you do with your students in their learning, but how you've helped them incorporate AI and technology, and what they've done with that to kind of transform their business.
Sure. Trying to decide which one. Well, one success story I would say is Lafayette Jones. And some people may recognize that name, but Lafayette Jones was the vice president for John Johnson of Jet and Ebony magazine. Mm-hmm. So he's up in age now, but he was really, he needed help with technology. His generation just wasn't using technology. And so we had a trade-off. I was helping him with technology, and he's a marketing expert. So he gave me a lot of insight and mentorship with marketing Every.Black. So over the last couple of years, he has grown by leaps and bounds. So now, from someone that could barely use technology at all, uses technology and AI on a daily basis. He and his wife produce a publication called The Urban Call. And with The Urban Call, he had at one time 5 writers to write the articles for his Urban Call. Now that he uses AI, he's able to reduce that from 5 writers to 1 writer and AI to produce his Urban Calls. So that's one success story. Another one is Addie Banks. Again, had little experience, I guess, with technology. Taught her how to create her own podcast, and she's gone on to create her podcast. She creates videos. She sells her books. She's written a book. She sells it online, and that's all through the classes that we provided. I'll give you one more. Her name is Dexie Bott. She's out of Texas. Mm-hmm. And Dexie, she was not doing voiceover for things like commercials, or she just had a beautiful voice. And every time anyone heard her, they would say, "Oh, you should do voiceover." So she started, and when she first came to us, she wasn't doing it. But we taught her how to do some podcasting, to do some audio editing. And now she has a business providing voiceover for some of our other members. Mm-hmm. She just did a book. She did the voiceover for a book. One of our members in Canada has written a book called Digital Gold, talking about how data is your digital gold. She did the entire book for him. She did another book for another member out of South Dakota. He wrote a book, and she did the voiceover for his entire book. So and another member, Dr. Karen Moore out of Pennsylvania, she did voiceover work for her. So, and again, 3 years ago, she wasn't even in that business at all. Right. And now she's turned that into a business, providing voiceover work for other members and other clients. it just took off for her. And those are just the three that just came to mind right off the bat, but there's others as well.
Super. Now, you mentioned a couple of times Dr. Dudley.
Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about who he was for folks who may not know him, who he was, why he was so important, for you, and you have a project that you are doing to celebrate him and his accomplishments. Correct?
Correct. Right.
Yeah. So talk a little bit about that.
Well, Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. was one of the co-founders of the Dudley Q Products, beauty care products company. And I guess it was around 2015. Again, I had not heard of him, but someone sent me an email and wanted to introduce me to Dr. Dudley and invited me to a meeting. Well, I started to just dismiss it. You get a lot of emails and things like that. And I thought, I don't know, there's something about it. Let me Google, who is this? And I Googled him, and sure enough, it told his story of someone that started literally with $10, created a company bringing in over $35 million a year with hundreds. I think he has like 700 employees at the height of his company. His daughter runs the business now. But I thought, well, shoot, I need to go to this meeting. And what he did for 40 plus years, he taught entrepreneurs how to be successful in business. You didn't have to be in the beauty care industry. He literally would invite people to his home every Monday night, and we would just have guest speakers. We'd read about entrepreneurship, we'd network, and we just did that week after week after week. Now, he was mentored by a man by the name of S.B. Fuller out of Chicago, and S.B. Fuller did the same thing, mentoring entrepreneurs, and he mentored John Johnson of Jet and Ebony magazine. He mentored George Johnson of Afro Sheen and Ultra Sheen, if you remember those hair products. And what a lot of people don't realize, he also mentored Mary Kay of Mary Kay Cosmetics. He helped her get started. So he had these meetings. Joe Dudley had these meetings helping entrepreneurs. I attended the meetings for Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. And then we started conducting the meetings. Now, one Sunday about 4 or 5 years ago, I was at his home, and he was recording all the meetings and graduations and speeches that he'd been doing for the last 50 plus years. And he had them on VHS tape and cassette tapes and DVDs. He had all types of formats. But some of them were old, and they were, over time becoming brittle, and a few of them were becoming molded. And so I asked him, I said, we really need to preserve this content. And so he agreed. And so we started converting VHS tape to a digital format so we could put it on the podcast for people around the world to view. And when COVID happened, we didn't want to go to his home to work on his project. So we started interviewing people associated with his company over the years. And we interviewed over 250 people that he had helped or worked for the company. And without exception, I think every single one of them were saying how he really changed their lives by working with the company and changed their mindset and helped them become successful entrepreneurs. And so that's what the Dr. Joel Dudley Senior Legacy Project is about, is we still preserve that content. We still share it on the podcast. And then also all these links, by the way, are on our website, www.area.black, where there's training or the meetings or the podcast. And then we're also setting up some, I guess, for a better word, a tour to actually go around the community, around different city to city, to tell the story of S.B. Fuller and Dr. Joel Dudley and show some of these preserved videos, and also have some of the people that worked with him that are still with us to actually have a short panel discussion so they can tell the story of how this man started for $10 and created a multi-million-dollar business selling hair products all over the world, trained over 30,000 cosmetologists. Excuse me. Get some water here.
That's all right.
Yeah. So. So anyway, that's what the Dr. Joel Dudley Senior Legacy Project is about, is to tell that story and it's very inspiring, actually. He was labeled mentally retarded as a youngster, and despite the odds, came from complete poverty, and despite the odds, became like I said, multimillionaire, and assisted so many other people along the way.
Well, and I think that's also a key takeaway here. Not only the perseverance and the determination and discipline of one individual, but how that individual then touched so many other folks in their each one teach one approach. So
Exactly.
you talked about all the people that he mentored, who are household names, or have household products, or products that are household names as well. And so it just goes to the power of networking, but the power of really giving, which again, in and of itself is just a powerful message. So kudos to you for the project.
Well, I want to add too, I think you're absolutely right, whether it's Dr. Dudley or SB Fuller, what we're doing every Black, but also the Black Business Network, same thing. You're bringing on entrepreneurs literally from around the world, and you don't know who is watching these stories, these interviews, but I can guarantee you it's touching someone somewhere, and it's making a difference in someone's life, someplace. We may never know who they are, but it is touching someone somewhere. It's inspiring someone to see, well, this person that looks like me, this man or this woman that looks like me did it. Why can't I do it too? So it just opens their eyes, just like I'm sure you've had mentors along the way. I know I certainly have, that helped me along the way when I was much younger, to kind of open my eyes as to the things that I can accomplish if I just put a little work and perseverance into it.
Right. So you talk about your work, in AI technology in general. The Black diaspora has been often underrepresented. We could also say maybe underserved within the business community and the entrepreneurial world, et cetera. Talk about how AI and other technologies can be used by Black entrepreneurs to really get a leg up, or to get a competitive advantage that may not be available otherwise.
Oh, absolutely. And you're right. We have been underserved and underrepresented. And it's sort of like eating an elephant, one bite at a time. You just got to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely the technology can level the playing field. And that's why it's so important that we have to embrace it. Like I said early on, there's going to be two types of businesses: those that embrace technology or AI, and those that are out of business. So AI, by the use of it, and a lot of people don't realize, the biggest thing is saves time. Again, things that might take you weeks to create, it can create literally in seconds or minutes. Of course, you have to go in and make sure it's right and edit it and that type of thing. But it still can save an enormous amount of time. And if we can have our businesses, if you can become more efficient in your business, things that maybe take you, 8 hours to do, you can do in 1 hour. It depends on the type of business you have. Then that frees up a lot of time with something you can't replace. That's the one thing we cannot replace is time. Mm-hmm. Then it gives you more time to do other things with your business, or additional things with your business. So I just think it's really a game changer, and we really have to embrace it, in my opinion, to make that difference, to level the playing field. And the beautiful thing about the use of it as well, it's available. If you have a computer or a smartphone or a tablet, it's available to you. You don't have to, if you have internet access somehow, it's available. So there's no large expense other than your device that you're using. But there's a lot of applications that are free once you've got your smartphone or your computer to use this technology that's available to you. Or if you don't have, go to your local library,
right?
And just make use of what's available and don't be afraid of it. So I think it's just the opportunities are endless, but you have to act on it. We have to act on it.
Okay. Now, obviously, education and training is a big part of what you do. Communication, education, et cetera. So, over the years you've been doing this, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people that you worked with, that you've trained, that you've educated in all of these technologies and the implementation, et cetera. Talk about maybe the strategies of teaching, of coaching that you have found to be the most effective, for you and your work with, budding entrepreneurs.
Sure. I remember one of my very first training jobs. I was doing a training job for the Army, U.S. Army in Hampton, Virginia. And I was really excited about it. It was my first, federal job like that. Well, actually, we did one for the NASA, but my first real major job with the military. And I remember going in that morning and I was showing the students what you can do with it and how the software worked and everything. And then that afternoon, I asked them to do it. And I realized they weren't picking up on it. What I learned was that people have to do it in order to learn. Mm-hmm. They have to actually do the work. So I changed my teaching strategy from that point on, where I would demonstrate it, what can be done. But the majority of the time is having the students do the work and I guide them along. And it's okay if you get it wrong, because that's how we learn. But you try it, and if you get it wrong, you try it again until you figure it out and how it works. So that's been my training or teaching strategy for all these years, and it served me well to demonstrate, to explain it, demonstrate how it can be used, no matter what the technology may be, and then keep it simple. I don't start off with a lot of technological terms or anything like that, technology terms. Just really simple, break it down step by step, step 1, step 2, step 3, and have the student do the work. Let's show them how it's done, have them do the work. And then usually in the afternoon sessions or the later part of the session, kind of give them a problem and let them figure it out on their own. But again, give them some guidance if they really need it. And that's work really well, is to keep it simple, one step at a time, build on what you've learned before. And the main thing is that you have to do it. So the bottom line is, whether you have an instructor or not, I found that you just have to do it. You have to put in the time to use the software, to sit in front of the computer or get on your smartphone or whatever the device you may have, and just do it. And you may not get it exactly right the first time, but that's okay. It's not going to hurt you. You're not going to hurt anything. You just work at it, and you will catch on. No matter what your skill level is, you will catch on if you stick with it. Some people are going to catch on faster than others, which is fine, but everyone can catch on. Everyone can learn how to use this technology if they make the determination and the decision to stick with it and persevere through it.
Okay. In giving that response, you mentioned or alluded to some organizations that you worked with, and most of your work is with a lot of your work. I won't say most. A lot of your work is with budding entrepreneurs, people who are starting out smaller, et cetera. But you just mentioned 2 organizations, the military, and I assume that was the U.S. military, and NASA, which are very large organizations, very massive, et cetera, organizations. Can you talk about, one, what's the difference or is there a difference? And what was the difference between working with, budding entrepreneurs, small business owners, and massive organizations like the military or NASA? What learnings did you take away from that? And is there anything, that you did with them that you found not only memorable, but completely applicable to, any size business?
Well, as far as applicable to any size business, I think one thing I learned is people are people, no matter what organization they're in. But when I first started out, I was providing computer training services primarily to large companies, large organizations, or the military. I did training at Lockheed and I'm trying to think some others, General Electric, DuPont. I was at DuPont for weeks training their staff. But one of the things that I realized, and I was at NASA for 2 years, but one of the things I realized early on is that I was not seeing people of color for the most part in our classes, right? And that kind of bothered me over the years. And that's really why a big part of why I started Every.Black is to address the need for people of African descent to learn about technology in their businesses. Now, one of the bigger things too, is that when I was working with these larger corporations and the government agencies and things like that, money was not an issue. They were literally throwing money at me at the time. Where when you're working with smaller businesses, that's not the case so much. The startups, that's just not the case. But I find that it's more rewarding. It's more of to me, it's more of a personal reward. I'm getting more out of it when I see someone that's trying to figure it out, not the multi-million-dollar business, but someone, that's just trying to start some business of their own and to help them get a foothold in their own entrepreneurial journey and to figure it out and become successful. That's just really, really rewarding to me. So I think that's probably the biggest difference, is that I get to know the people individually, and it's mostly people of African descent, people of color that I'm working with now. So it's kind of more rewarding versus just going in and providing training for class after class with people that I probably never see again. That would come to my classes.
All right. Well, we're running out of time, so let me do this, give you an opportunity to tell folks how they can reach out to you if they want to take one of your classes, work with you on incorporating technology and AI into their own business, or, just network. What's the best way for them to reach you?
Sure. Well, the best way, like I said, we've got all of the links on our website, every.black. That's EVERY.BLACK, no .com. No .net. Like I say, just every.black. .black is the new .com. The networking link is on there for the mastermind meetings, and you can register there. You can also register for the classes. You can attend the podcast or view the podcast. The weekly meetings are free to the general public. So we really encourage people to come to our Monday evening mastermind meetings, and they can learn more about what Every.Black is about, and they will meet entrepreneurs from around the world and to begin to network. And then once they usually come, then they begin to see the value of actually joining Every.Black, where we can actually help promote your business through our social media, our email blast, and also discounts on our computer classes. Now, we offer classes for everyone, but for members, we give them a great break on the classes. So I would say just go to our website, www.every.black, or you can give me a call, Jimmy, at 919-265-8045. That's 919-265-8045, or by email at Jimmy, Jimmy, @every.black.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure again catching back up and having a conversation with you and continuing the discussion about technology and the advances of AI in business. So look forward to more conversations in the future. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks so much.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students, so you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App, and the account number there is $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give scholarships, laptops, and $5,000 in scholarships to 10 students. Students can register online at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So please donate to the fund. We also want to take time to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month. Those sponsors include NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Stay tuned for more programming, and remember, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. Going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood. I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information. And I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself. And anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones. CEO and co-founder of Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the owner and founder of Uertis e Decus, which is translated from Latin to honor and distinction, or excellence and distinction. We are a business growth consultancy that helps entrepreneurs double their profits in less than 12 months. I'm also your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker this morning is Miss Ashley Marie. Miss Marie is on a mission to uproot, motivate, inspire stronger believers through entrepreneurial education, empowerment, and emotional support and accountability. She's reached over 1,000 men and women around the globe in her work. She's a mighty and influential woman, proud mother of 2 beautiful daughters. She's overcome rejection, betrayal, domestic violence, and being misunderstood most of her life. She's found her purpose in reaching back and helping others cut ties with their drastic pain and encouraging others to rise from the pit and embrace the promise to produce something epic. And that's EPIC, which she will explain. Her purpose is to help others by teaching them to think like a champion and unapologetically live. 10 years of experience in business and leadership development, especially skilled in implementing new communication strategies, managing emotional resiliency, and building leadership skills in both women and men. She has a ton of experience, a message that everyone needs to hear. And so if you would please help me welcome Ms. Ashley Marie.
Excited to be here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I find it astronomically hilarious sometimes when I hear the way that people introduce me. It is both an honor and a privilege, right? I think sometimes when we hear some of the trials and triumphs that we've experienced, that oftentimes when people see us take platforms and they see us take stages, they always lead with our accolades. I am both an author. You mentioned that I am a mother of 2 beautiful, absolutely beautiful daughters. But my road of victory, it did not start that beautiful. My road of triumph actually was doused in trial. And about 2 years ago, I actually was on the run for my life, entrepreneurship became the very thing that set my soul on fire. It set my soul ablaze. It is the thing that woke me up and gave me the thing that I needed to be able to rise out of the pit. I get to do my dream job every day of the week. They say when you found your purpose, it's no longer work. When I speak with conviction. When I speak with power. When I speak with authority. But it is because of the things that I've had to overcome. I mean, I'm relatively young, right? I speak like someone who's an old soul. I am both a leadership coach and a life coach. What does that mean for those who hear me speak? I understand what it means when life is lifing. I understand from a leadership perspective what it feels like to have to rise from a pit. Now, what's a pit, right? You heard him say the pit to the promise. For me, a pit is a pathetic, invisible trap. It is the thing that has you bound right now. It is the thing that is whispering in your ear, telling you that as an entrepreneur, as a mother, as a father, as a parent, that you just don't have it in you to do the things that you were designed to do. I am the CEO and founder of ammarietalks.com. The company itself is naturally purposed. I wholeheartedly believe that we are designed to do the very thing that we came into this world to do, and it is to think and train like a champion. I speak, I teach, I train, I coach, and I write with excellency because I know who I am. I help men and women throughout the globe reclaim their confidence and walk in their power. I feel like the time that's most important for us to do that is the time when we're coming out of some of our most challenging seasons, right? It is the moment when we are tasked with the very depths of who we are. It is the moment where the rubber meets the road. And I want to talk to you a little bit about that today. I want to first open up and share a little bit of my story with you all. I want to share with you that my journey has not been easy. I talked to you about being on the run and having a life where obviously you're not able to work a full-time role on the run. Obviously, you're not able to be forward facing. Obviously, you're not able to do all the things that are going to bring you in the income that you need. There's a life that I had prior to this. And in that life, I was able to rise to the highest of the occasion. When I tell you that I met, the depths of what I was capable of doing with no resistance, but I learned resiliency in my most challenging season. So let's talk about what that season looked like, right? Because perhaps on the other side of the screen, maybe there's a man or woman who is seeing themselves in an astronomical battle right now. You are in a season of your life where you are maybe not even able to see yourself out of the struggle. Maybe that struggle is laced with disappointments and battles, and maybe you're battling with things like limiting beliefs. You are telling yourself that you are not capable of doing the things that you know you've been able to do because of the season of the life that you're in right now. I will tell you that there are some things that have anchored me. He gave you the letters E, P, I, and C. Anytime I take that platform, the very first thing that I tell men and women to do around the globe, I tell them that they need to first elevate their mindset. Your mindset is 80% of the journey and it's 20% of the implementation. I'm going to say that one more time. Your mindset is the very thing that will be able to get you out of that pit. When I was in that pit, I had to remind myself who I was, but also who I am. Right? In that pit, I was able to write a book. In that pit, I was able to take international stages. In that pit, I was able to coach people from their pits into their promise. How was I able to do that? I shifted my entire mindset to who I was becoming, not necessarily what I was enduring in that moment. The second thing I had to do was I had to begin to position myself. If you find yourself in a struggle right now in your business, a struggle right now in your life, a struggle right now in your career, you are going to have to find a way to position yourself. If it's a business that you need to start, if it is a side hustle that you need to start, if it is upskilling that you need to do, you have to literally reprogram your entire mind to see yourself out of that circumstance. And then you have to meet that thing with action and implementation. And that's where I see a lot of people fall short. You have to become the very version of yourself that is worthy, that is determined, that is willing, and that is hungry for the life that you know was promised to you from the moment you came into this world. The third thing that I typically coach individuals around the globe is identifying your limiting beliefs. What are the barriers and the things that are breaking you right now? What are the words that you're saying? What is the conversations that you're engaging in? What does your entire environment look like right now? Are you sitting around people that are convincing you that you are not worthy of the life that you were promised? For me, I had to remind myself, irregardless of the situation, I am in a pit with two daughters who are depending and relying on me to come out of this thing swinging. Come on, somebody, to come out of this thing, rising from the pit, rising amidst the ashes. I had to convince myself, which is C, to calculate and to chart myself out of that pit. I had to determine how much money did I need to make and how was I going to have the capacity to do the thing that I was called to do without allowing myself to believe that I was not worthy of this very thing. How do you chart yourself out of foolishness? How do you chart yourself out of a circumstance and a struggle? Things like betrayal and disappointment and all of the things. How do you pick yourself up from that pit? Could it be that you need to focus on the promise? I had to focus on the ideology that one day I would be taking international stages like today. I had to focus on the ideology that I was called to the nations and just not called to my local community. In that homeless shelter, I had to remind myself in that place of the pit that there was a promise that was attached to my life, that I would be changing lives throughout the nation, irregardless of what my struggle was and what it was going to become. I share with you guys that I wrote a book from that pit. I wrote a book to the woman that I was becoming. I wrote a book to my daughters about a life that I know was promised to them. I wanted my daughters to know, as I want many of you guys to know, that these crucial journeys that we're taking on, at the end of that journey, it is going to land you in a place of confidence and in a place of consciousness. I'm going to say that one time. The things that you're going through right now is going to land you in a place of confidence, or it's going to land you in a place of consciousness. And so at the end of my speech, I'm going to be giving you guys an opportunity to download at no cost a confident and a conscious workbook, because I want you guys to begin to do the work that you need to do so that you can see yourself into that promise. Now, most of you guys probably are here on the other side of the screen because you want to hear about business, you want to hear about entrepreneurship, but I want to talk to that person that right now is emotionally at their breaking point. You are emotionally at that point where you are like, I have this business. I'm called into this marketplace ministry. Everything that I'm looking at right now, nothing looks like the promise. I want to speak to that person today. I want to help you navigate that journey back into confidence, that journey back into hope, that journey that even when life leaves us in that pathetic and that invisible trap, I want to see you rise from that space. Because I know that your heart believes that there's so much more for you. There's so much more to life. There's so much more. And I want you to rise beyond what you feel like you're capable of doing. The world is waiting on you. The world was waiting on my voice when I was laying there down in that air mattress, in that broken place. The world was waiting for Ashley Marie to be birthed, to speak to the nations, to tell them and to command them to rise. I knew at that moment that the conversations that I was having between my 2 ears, it was not the truth of what it was. I knew that there was a world that was waiting for me, and I had to learn how to break the chains of limiting beliefs. I had to learn and master how to silence the voices of defeat. I had to learn how to take back the life that was promised to me. There's a life that's promised to you. And I want to see you walk this road of triumph. I want to see you embrace this resiliency in your emotions. I want to see you face countless limitations. And I want to see you come out on the other side. I want to see you take platforms like this. I want the world to know your name. I want the world to know what you are and what you believe in and what you believe that you're capable of overcoming. I want to empower you through this connection. Every time you allow those questions, those doubts, those fears to limit you, you're giving away your power. You are giving away your power. See, limits and beliefs are like invisible chains. Come on, somebody. I know you guys have heard of the chain breakers. I know you guys have heard of those who dare to travel the road that was less traveled, right? I know you guys have heard that these beliefs are either going to push you into this confidence space, or it's going to make you so conscious of the things that you do not have that it's going to debilitate you. And I want to speak to that person that is crying out right now, that is saying, I don't want to believe the lies. I want to come into full alignment and agreement with the power and the grace that I have been given. This is the power that you've been given since the moment that you've come into this world. I am a woman who could have either embraced defeat or I can embrace dominance. Come on, somebody. Do you want to be the type of entrepreneur that embraces defeat? Or do you want to be the type of bold entrepreneur that embraces dominance? I knew that when I came out into this marketplace, I wanted to dominate the field. What field is that? I wanted people to see me as somebody who could post-traumatically grow after one of the most daunting seasons in their life. I wanted the world to know that I had a higher purpose, even when I could not see it from that air mattress in that homeless shelter. I wanted the world to know that, like me, they too could do it. But how could I get them to see something that was not there? How could I get them to choose confidence over consciousness? How could I get them to see that this is the very intersection of where life begins for them? It is not where life is ending for you. I want you to get a sheet of paper and write down all the challenges and stepping stones that you've experienced this year alone. It could be 1, it could be 3, it could be 5, 7, 10. And to the right of that thing that you wrote down, I want you to attach a promise that only you know that you are destined to achieve in this lifetime. I'll give you an example. One challenge in my life was homelessness. I had to see myself owning my own home. I had to see myself being in a much better place. I had to see myself being in a happier space. The second challenge that I had to overcome was work, a career. Because one thing about being on the run and being a DV overcomer and being someone who experienced all of those things, it was very difficult to show up in the workspace with some things, right? So I had to learn how to take my skill set, and from that skill set, I had to learn how to leverage my skills and monetize that. I had no choice but to begin to teach the world what I knew from that broken place. You see, success takes anything like a cell phone, having a voice and a topic. You can push that live button and you literally can begin to monetize on every pain, every setback, every lesson. He will create a platform for you if you allow that voice that's in between your ears to have that level of dominance. Now let's talk about the person that does not choose dominance. Let's talk about the person that chooses to remain in their pit. Let's talk about the person that sits there and does absolutely nothing. That person was not able to successfully turn their trial or their pain into purpose. They took that pain and they had an excuse attached to it. Now, I'm hoping that those that I'm speaking with today, that's not the audience that I'm speaking with, because entrepreneurs are able to translate that pain into purpose. We're able to take life by the horns and claim victory when it's within our reach. Entrepreneurs are the type of people who are able to develop resiliency. We are the ones that are able to find strength in our vulnerability. As leaders, we often feel the need to keep it all together, but who told you that lie? No one is anticipating or expecting you to have it all together. We expect you to not hide in your struggles. We expect you to be willing to face them head on. I am a woman that you see who is facing her struggles head on, and I'm doing it live. I am a woman that's living out my life with courage. I'm living out my life with grace. But I had to learn that strength isn't about pretending. Strength is about having it all together. Strength is about being honest with yourself and finding hope in your vulnerability. I hope by being vulnerable with you today, it has helped you make this shift. I hope by being vulnerable with you today and showing you that I can lean in on my pain, it is the very thing that is going to birth purpose in your life. This is the intersection of transformation. This is the person who does not have it all figured out. It is the woman who's hungry enough to go and to pursue a life that was promised. And that's all you need today. Today, I need you to commit to making a choice. Today, I need you to commit to taking that next step and trusting the very person that is who you are today, the very person that can find strength in their story. And then I want you to take it a step further. I want you to begin surrounding yourself with a very good support system. One of the most powerful steps in this walk for me coming out of the pit, I had to begin surrounding myself with people who understood that I needed to be uplifted and I needed to be empowered. You see, oftentimes the empowerer needs empowerment themselves. The leader needs a space where they no longer have to lead. We need spaces where we can just be 100% who we are. A space that even in our darkest moments, we are able to take off our mask and breathe. I'm so grateful for those that are around me, even the person who gave me the invitation today, that in my darkest moments, that person said, Ashley Marie, I have zero doubt that you're going to become the very best version of who you are destined to be. It is that person who reached out, that person who connects, that person who leans in when other people lean away, when they step away, when they leave you where you are. I want to encourage you today and let you know that you are not meant to walk this journey alone. You are not meant to face these things alone. You are not meant to face your fears alone. We are designed to walk this journey in the counsel of those who want our well-being to be positive. And the final thing I want to share with you today is about setting goals. When we begin to set goals, we begin to take steps towards triumph. We begin to embrace this life that's promised to us. We begin to create from that pit. How do you create something from nothing? That is the age-old question. How do you begin to set a vision for your life that looks so different from the life of survival that you're experiencing right now? And this is for all of the business owners. This is for those right now that are looking at their financial statements, and for those that are looking at a new year coming upon us, and those that are looking for the very next season of their lives. I want to tell you that this next season is no longer about survival. It is about overcoming. This next season is about thriving under pressure. This next season is about defining what victory looks like for you. I want you to get a sheet of paper and write down some goals. But the thing is, the goals must excite you. You see, when I set out to do international keynote speech, it excites me. It's the thing that gets my feet up in the morning. It is the woman that I become when I hear that woman or man on the other side of the call, the other side of the screen, the other side of the platform. And I come down from my keynote speech and a woman says to me, "You have completely transformed my entire life. I, like you, walked away. I, like you, went on the run and I chased my purpose. I, like you, rose from the ashes and it did not consume me." I want you to begin to create goals that excite you, goals that scare you just a little bit. I want your goals to challenge you so much so. I want it to be the very thing that your heart calls out to. Listen, I go to bed doing the very thing that I'm called to do, and I'm so grateful for that. I'm now anchored myself in the things that I'm called to do. And I'm going to put that call and that charge out to you today. I want you to create goals that are purposeful. I want you to create goals that blow your mind. I want you to set financial goals this year that blow your mind. And I want the transformation to first begin with you. You see, before I could take stages and empower other people, I had to become the very byproduct of the thing that I coach, teach, and I train. I had to become a woman of worth. I had to become a woman of integrity. I had to become a woman of emotional resiliency. I had to understand that this world that I was called to, that I never, ever, ever, ever wanted to forget, the pain that that woman experienced from the pit. I wanted to always remember what defeat felt like so that I would never forget what dominance felt like. I wanted to know what it felt like to have empowerment because I knew what it felt like to not be empowered. I rebuilt my life time and time and time and time again until I fell in love with a life unapologetically. This life that I'm living today is a life that I've embraced. It is a life that I've loved. It is a life that's laced with strength. It is a life that is laced with emotional resiliency that is unmatched. And it is a life that resembles the strength that I have in who I am, in my confidence, and the life that I am building for my two beautiful daughters. I want to leave you with this charge today. You too have that strength inside of you. It is a power that the world can never take away. It is a light that is going to shine even in the midst of the darkest circumstances and the darkest of times. It is a light that is going to change your life. And today I want to invite you into that first step. I want to invite you in, and if they allow me, I'll share that link with you guys. It is going to be your blueprint for breakthrough. It is going to be a guide that gives you affirmations. It is going to challenge you. It's going to ask you questions, and it's going to be goal setting. It is designed to help you break free from your limiting beliefs and embrace your confidence. I'm going to drop this link here today. I don't know if we're going to be able to share it, but it is going to be at no cost to you. I want you to remember that you are defined by your past and not by the limitations that others have placed on you. You are an individual that is called to excellency in this life. Your power is going to be the very fuse that somebody needs to get up out of their bed today. I want you to go forward. I want you to walk in boldness. I want you to walk in confidence, and I want you to rise. I want to thank you very much for sharing your time with me. I am honored to be a part of your journey to transformation, and I look forward to connecting with you in this journey of triumph.
Thank you so much. Obviously, some powerful and inspiring words that I know folks out there took a lot from and will be able to implement and impact their lives. So I want to thank you for taking your time to speak to others and to reach out and touch them and ask you how folks can get in contact with you. So if they want to network with you, hear more about your journey, get advice and guidance from you, how can they best reach you?
So the absolute way to connect with me, I'm on social media most of the time. I do my lives at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on TikTok at A. Marie Talks. I'll drop that for you guys as well. I am actually going to be running a couple of, I hate to say challenges, journeys, where I train you how to think like a champion. It's going to be a 7-day growth journey with none other than Coach A. Marie. My website is www.amarietalks.com. But the absolute best way to connect with me is to follow me. I'm building out a YouTube platform. If you go there, that is where most of my content will be housed. And I will begin coaching people through the screen. I believe that's what my number one superpower and super gift is speaking. And so that's pretty much how people can connect with me.
So not sure if Ashley Marie dropped off.
Can you hear me?
I can. Now I can.
So do you want me to, so the way that you can connect with me is on all social media platforms. The one that I primarily speak on every single day is on TikTok at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Most people connect with me through YouTube. I am building out my YouTube page as well. Those who are interested in coaching, if you download the Confident and Conscious, there is an invitation for you to schedule a call. I do work with those that I first meet and I connect with. I'm very personable. So just as I am on the screen, that's how I am in a one-on-one coaching segment. And I do coaching programs as well throughout the nation. And so that's how you can connect with me.
Well, thank you very much again for your time. Look forward to meeting with you again and having you on the program. Until then, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So the expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Again, that is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. You can also use Cash App, and the account number should be rolling across the screen below at $BBX USA. Again, that account number is $BBX USA. Our goal here at the Black Business Expo is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And if you are a student, you can register online at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so please, I want to remind you, donate to the scholarship fund. I also want to take time to thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA for this month, November 2024. Those sponsors include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. More programming is coming up, so stay tuned. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and the expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there is an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. that's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combine both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama.
Did you know that approximately